Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and cut a lot of the fat out. We're here. We're gonna build. It's gonna be awesome. Excuse me if my voice is a little bit weird right now. I'm mostly recovering from having to talk a lot at work, and also I feel kind of nasally at the moment. Not really sure why. Hopefully it'll go away. I got some water here. Good Lord. Good Lord. Lord Almighty. Alright. Well then. I do believe it's time. Sup. That's right, we're doing this again. Don't you worry. We're gonna be building here. Let me actually adjust my Twitch chat. It's a bit on the big side. Need to make y'all a touch smaller. Probably put you... I guess right there is good. That should be fine. Yeah. I need to be more cognizant of where the camera is from my hands, so... yeah. So... like I was saying earlier, and by earlier I mean literally last Saturday, I'm going to be doing Gun Plus streams as sort of a regular fixture on the channel. We're going to be doing it every Thursday, I think. That seems like a good idea. And, yeah, we're just going to build a bunch of things. It's going to be awesome. And today, I have something in mind that I've always wanted to do. Now, if you notice, this here is Core Gundam. I love Core Gundam. Core Gundam is dope. But I also love Amazing Exia. And this is the premise, because this is something that I've always wanted to do as a kit-bashing doofus. I want to make an armor for Core Gundam centered around the Amazing Exia. So that's what we're doing tonight. But of course, first, we need a Core Gundam. And it just so happens that the real type color is my favorite. So we're going to begin. Time to unbox the plastic crack. Alright. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing tonight, is just doing a kit bash that I've always wanted to, that I've been wanting to do ever since I was, I don't know. I forgot when Build Divers Re-Rise came out, but couldn't have been too much longer ago. So, I'm going to go ahead and toss the wrappings in the bin. Going to start putting everything where they need to be. I love the crinkling of opening these things up. Okay. And most of these are going to go in the bin, but that is fine. Yeah, I really love the real type color Core Gundam. And I think it'll look really interesting once we get all of the Amazing Exia parts on here, so... yeah, boy. Alright. Toss those in the bin. But, while I'm getting ready to start building, how y'all doing tonight? Share how your day has been. In the comments, or in my chat, from whichever dimension you come from, YouTube and or Twitch. I'd like to know how you're doing as we get started. Alright. Now then, first things first, we need instructions. And these instructions will get me started on the Core Gundam first. Shouldn't take me too long to build, thankfully, because this little dude is very easy to put together. But I just want to make sure that we're starting out pretty alright. Hold on, gotta rearrange my desk to a certain degree to accommodate everything. Alright. Here we go. So first, it looks like it's going to make me start with the assembly of torso. Fantastic. Because I'll tell you what, I was really, really tired at work today. Like, unreasonably so. It's kind of absurd, if I'm being totally honest with you. Let's see, C12. I had a little bit of time today to rest and recuperate before I started, so that's why I'm not yawning or, like, being, like, post-nap. So that's something. And I'll tell you what. Okay, immediately... there it is. There they are. I need the PCs. The PC parts. Or the PCP, as it were. I make that joke, but I'm probably not going to want to say that too much out loud. Because, YouTube and Twitch don't need to know that I'm talking about PCP. Oh well. At least Bianca's mom would think it's cool. If nothing else, I mean. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do the 2-snip method. For those who don't know, two-snip method is a method of building in which you make one cut on the gate, which is the outer portion of the gunpla, and then you make a secondary cut close to the part itself. This method usually removes a lot of the nib marks that would normally come from just doing a singular cut. And it just makes everything look cleaner. So that's what we're shooting for here. We may or may not actually be able to do that well, but we'll see. Sorry, I'm just adjusting the microphone. I need it to capture my voice, but I need it to, not be in the way. Who knows, though? It'll still be in the way somewhat, but he's chill. He's real chill. Okay. Now, funny enough, this isn't actually my first Core Gundam Kitbash. I have another one, but maybe I'll work on that one on a different day, because it requires a special kind of, it's a special kind of finicky that I need to work on. Especially since I'm going to eventually want to try and paint better. So, for now, we're just going to do a very simple Kitbash. And that's how it's going to be. At least for tonight. Tonight it's going to be that way. And then we're going to maybe eventually move on to bigger and brighter things as we build more on the channel. We'll see. Funny enough, there is a Gunpla contest coming up in my neighborhood. I thought about entering, but I don't really feel like it, because my days of competitively building are, far, far behind me. I was never really that good. I was never really that good anyway, but maybe now I can actually get good. It's one of my greatest goals in life, is to always learn how to get good. Ad break is ending. Fantastic. Sorry, one of my housemates wanted to ask me a question. Anyway, let's see. Come on, stay in there. There we go. Beautiful. And my X-Acto knife flipped it over. That's fine. So yeah, to adequately demonstrate the two-snip method, for those who don't know, this outer bit of plastic here is the gate. And all I'm going to do is just cut around the gate, like that. Leaves those arms there. And now all I'm going to do is just trim those off, and you'll notice, normally there'd be a scuff-looking mark there. There is no scuff-looking mark there, because it's cut cleanly off. So even if there is a little mark like that, cleaning it up is not an issue. It's actually quite nice to be able to have nice and clean parts, but what very little I do have to clean up, I will clean up. Just to make sure that it doesn't look like booty cheeks. Because, I don't really want my models to look like booty cheeks. I want them to look half good. Now, there is a modeler that I look up to quite a bit, and I know dude will probably never find my streams or even know I exist, but his name is Ray Studio, and he did a Uraven build once that was really, really gangsta, and I loved it. He's a builder that I aspire to be. He's the kind of builder I aspire to be one day. And that's not going to happen anytime soon, but who knows? Might happen one day. But today is not that day. Alright. What else we need here? A1s and A2. Okay. Yeah. The other reason why I like doing it this way is because it actually keeps the smaller parts that I have to cut out reasonably organized. So I don't have to worry too much about them just flying off into the abyss, into the void of space and time. You know what I mean? Alright, let's see. So, yeah, this is a build that I have thought about doing for a very long time, especially since I really loved the amazing Exia back in the day, and honestly, I thought I wasn't going to like Build Divers Re-Rise. I was proven very wrong, especially since I really didn't like the original Build Divers. The original Build Divers was bad, in my opinion. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't know. But Re-Rise was actually quite good, even though the premise of it was really, really stupid. It had very surprisingly good character writing, and it came at a time in my life that I really needed it, because the main character, Hiroto Kuga, has to grapple with the concept of grief and loss. So, sorry to kind of get a little heavy there, but at the time that was something that I really needed, so it was an anime that showed up at the right place and the right time. So there's that. Come on, go in there. There we go. There we go. Let's see. It's a little hard to see with my gloves, but I do like to use gloves when I build Gunpla. I think I mentioned this the last time I did, like the first time I attempted the Gunpla stream, is that I like wearing the gloves because some of the chemicals and things I work with, plus I don't get, like, hand oil all over the Gunpla. I need to get tighter gloves, though. That's the problem. Because these guys have a tendency to bunch up, and I don't like that very much. Or I just need to go get fatter hands. Let's see. Plop this guy right there. Yeah. I think the only thing I don't like about this kit is that it uses a lot of polycap parts. I like it when it's just the styrene foam, just by itself. Alright, let's see, next we need A4. There we go. Well, first I need A26, and then I need A4. Let me just injure my desk while I'm at it. Thankfully, this part of the build is the easy part. The hard part's going to come when I actually have to somehow turn the amazing Exia into armor for the core Gundam. But I don't anticipate it to be that difficult, I don't think. And then if I do paint it, it's probably just going to be some very basic, like, finishing and panel lining, but I may or may not do more with this build when it's done. It's just one I've always wanted to do. Let's see, I also have my putty somewhere here, so just in case I need to, okay. I was getting worried over nothing. But what I was going to say is, if I need to, I can actually use putty. I may need to when it comes to the limb parts, and when it comes to finding good spacing for the arms and legs, and you're going to see what I mean here in a little bit. And you can kind of catch a hint of the problem coming up looking at the artwork of the Mars 4 unit. Because we're converting the Mars 4 unit into basically amazing Exia armor. So when we get to it, you'll see what the when we get to it, you'll see exactly what the problem's going to be. And the problem, unfortunately, is very much that... sorry, I lost my train of thought. I had to do a little bit of cleanup. But the problem is that there's going to be some arm parts that are maybe going to be a bit too long or maybe going to be a bit too short. But I still have to figure out a way to implement. And unfortunately for me, that means trying to work around Core Gundam's limitations, but the real type color scheme lends itself really well. And I know I probably could have gotten the G3 or the regular. And honestly, I wish they had a real type color variant for... I wish they had a real type color variant for Core Gundam 2, otherwise I would have done that, but... You know. They don't. And if they do, I haven't found it. Which both makes me a bit sad, but also a little grateful, because then I'd have to shill out money on Amazon to get it, probably. And if it does exist, Lord help me, I'm going to need it. Okay. A little bit of cleanup there. And we're going to go ahead and make sure that we get as clean a line set as we can. It's clean enough, but I can do a little more cleanup. I'm going to say clean up a lot when we do these, just so you know. There's quite a bit going on in my noggin right now. My noggin is jogging right now. And mostly the noggin is jogging around the idea of trying to implement the amazing Exia art. I almost said art. I guess this is kind of art, right? It's kind of an art stream in its own weird way. But what I was trying to say is that I'm trying to figure out ways to implement the amazing Exia parts onto our boy here. Which is going to be mildly difficult. Maybe not incredibly difficult, but certainly very difficult. Alright. Here we go. That's right. That's the other problem I'm going to run into, is the V-fin. Because the V-fin is going to be a bit of a problem. In that, it's not going to be hard to implement. Lord knows I could probably make a few parts that will work, but the difficult part of implementing the V-fin is that I'm going to want to try and cut around the what you call it. I want to try and cut around the plastic around the connector portion. And that's going to be a mildly difficult task, only because, like, how do I explain this? Okay, so there's like a chunk of plastic around where the part connects to its like inner parts to connect. This is a stupid explanation. But essentially what I'm trying to get at is that there's like an inner part of the frame, I guess, I'll just say it that way, where you can connect to the rest of the gunpla. And I want that part. I don't want the actual V-fin. Now, this part always gets me a bit skezzed because this booster has a tendency to pop out in regular assemblies, so I'm going to be very cautious around it. I may need to glue it in, but if I have to glue it in, poop. If I don't, then chill. I'm really hoping I don't have to, though, because otherwise that's going to be kind of dumb. Alright. Now then. When we actually get to the limbs, I have a bit of a speed building technique that I like to use, where the manuals want you to build both arms and legs separately. However, I find that that's time inefficient, and I don't like doing it that way. So what's going to happen is that I'm actually going to build them simultaneously. And that simultaneous assembly is what's going to carry us through the day. Alright. Let's see. I'm going to cut the beam sabers out. Ooh. Our boy flew over here for a moment. Alright. Very nice. I may also make one modification to the overall build, because even though I really like how the core Gundam head looks at its core, no pun intended, I also just like more pared down looking mobile suits as well. Like stuff that looks a little more aerodynamic or a bit more slick. So what may happen here in the course of the build is I may find myself doing the V-fin trim so that it's a bit smaller. Because even though I like how it looks, I just prefer smaller V-fins. They tend to look nicer to me. I may or may not. We'll see. We'll see how far we get with the actual modifications as we go. We're already in deep modification territory with what we're going to be doing, but we're not going to try and change the core of the core Gundam itself too much. Alright. Here we go. And we are gonna... Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. You gotta be careful, buddy. I'm working with tools. My buddy Mitz is looking at me all funny right now. She's wondering what I'm doing. She's like, Bro, what is this? Well, Mitz, this is the Gunpla build. Shoot. That one's gonna need a little bit of cleanup. Hey, buddy. Buddy. Hello. How you doing? You being a cat down there, pal? You being a cat down there, buddy? Want to come up and say hi? Actually, I shouldn't do that because I have all of my modeling stuff up here. She'll probably get hurt. I don't want to do that. Baby girl, I'm glad that you're here, but you have to stay down there. You can't jump up. It's not safe. I'd like you to, because then people can see what you look like, because you're adorable, but... Hey! Buddy! She really is my little buddy. I love her. She's super talkative nowadays, and I love it. Whenever I come home from work, she comes over and says hi. Like, I'll be tired and kind of, like, grouchy, but she'll come over, say hi, and then the world's okay again. That's right, I'm saying cute, embarrassing things about you. My little baby cat. Little weirdo. No! You can't do this now. Bro. Sorry, I have to give the cat love real quick. Aww. Buddy. I'd like for you to come up here, but I have my modeling tools out. You can't. I have my modeling tools out, baby girl. You can't do this right now. We'll hang out in a bit. Don't worry. You'll be okay. You're strong and brave and well-behaved. That's something one of my friends says at work, and it's funny. And so sometimes I like to say it in reference to what Myths is doing. Alright, let's see. She's just gonna kind of hang out down there, but I know she wants to jump up. If she does, then maybe I'll show her off to the camera, but I don't really feel good about doing that because I have all my modeling stuff on my desk, and my desk is quite small. So maybe for her safety, we don't do that. Maybe, buddy. I know, baby. You want to come up here and say hi, but we can't right now. Because I have all my glues and chems and stuff out on the table right now. Buddy. Buddy. You're really talkative tonight, ain't you? Okay, let's see. Alright. I'll worry about putting the stickers on later. If I do at all. I know that's probably not good modeling etiquette. Etiquette? Is there modeling etiquette? Let me know in the comments. But I'm not gonna trip too much over the stickers right now because I might paint the eyes and stuff in later, but we'll see. Buddy. Buddy, this is very dangerous. You shouldn't. Hold on. Guys, I need to show my buddy some love right now. Here she is, by the way, if you want to meet her. Hey. Hey, buddy. Look at the camera. You're on the internet now, buddy. You're on the internet now. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna let you back down. I just wanted to introduce her to you guys just for a moment. She's cool. I love my baby cat. She's dope. But it's also very unsafe right now because all of my tools are on the table. And I don't want to have her hurt herself on my tools. Alright. Anyway, let us proceed. We have part of the torso built. We have part of the face built. Let's see. Whoop. Snip. Yeah, I have other stickers and transfers that I want to use too, so mayhap later on we end up in a situation where I can actually do some personalizations, but for right now I just want to get through the build. Shoot. I should have put the faceplate on first. Well, that means this is going to have to come off again real quick. I knew I was going to mess something up today, but oh well. Let me go ahead and try and get the head open again. Bollocks. Bolitos. Alright. Fortunately, I've done enough kit bashing over the years that this part is not that difficult. It's just very nerve-wrackingly tedious. And I mean nerve-wrackingly tedious because you have to sort of pry a little bit at a time using your X-Acto to reopen a part. Alright. Almost there. Not quite. Okay. Need to do a little bit more prying. The good news is now is that we're in back edge territory. So I could just put the back edge of the X-Acto knife in there, gap there, and just push. That makes things a little bit easier. Okay. There we go. The front of the face has been removed. Or the front part of the head has been removed, I should say. The face we still need to slap on in there. There we go. Now it actually kind of looks like something. Alright. I might as well shave a little bit on the side here to clean up. So, yeah. They're going to start moving my hours at my store back a little more, so we're going to start closing at like 9 and out by 9:30 at my work, and I'm not looking forward to that. It cuts into my streaming time, so I might have to just change my hours of availability so I'm not actually closing anymore, but sticking to the 7:30 schedule. That might be what I have to do. It's unfortunate, because closing is job security for me right now, but I also don't want it to cut into my streaming time. If I'm going to be official about this, I'm going to need to put myself on the internet as often as I can. That is just the reality of things. But okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought again. It's been a long day. I'll just say that. It's been a very long day. Now, the real question is, do I want to do the trim down on the V-fin? Because if I do, it'll make it look nicer, in my opinion. Instead of it looking like a beetle, it'll actually look kind of mobile suit-ish. You know what? I'm very tempted. So let me get some of this stuff out the way. Out me way. Not really. But basically, when I do the V-fin trim, and I don't know if you could see it. Let me try and get it. I wish my camera would focus a little better on what I'm trying to show you. Nah, it's not gonna. But anyway, there are these little bits in the back here that I like to cut at, and it shortens the V-fin. Now, I like V-fins on my mobile suits, but not to the extent that they're like this big, like, beetle-looking thing. Maybe that's just me, though. Alright. So now... trim. You know what? I'll do the V-fin shortening. Because it's just a personal taste thing for me. And since we're already doing a mobile suit that is like my dream build, or one of my many dream builds, I should say, I might as well just go all in and do the personalizations as I would like them. So we're going to go ahead and do the cut. So I just need to angle ever so carefully right on the edge there. And then I just need to score it until it actually saws through. And what will happen is eventually I can just snap it off. And what we're left with is a very nice looking smaller V-fin that isn't too over the top. Not that this one was already over the top, but you know what I mean. Let's see. My helping hands would be really nice here, but I also know that they probably wouldn't be, if I'm being completely honest. Because, let's see, can I... Alright. This'll work. Just want to make sure that we're actually making the correct mod here. There we go. Yeah, and I like using the back as a reference point, because if I did it from the front, then it would be too short. And it would cut off too much. So that's not the goal here. The goal here is to shorten it so that it looks nice, but that it doesn't take off too much. Otherwise, it just becomes a brow plate. And I do want some V-fin action going on here. Just not so much that it detracts. Besides, we're going to keep the V-fin from the amazing Exia. So we don't really need that much in terms of like... There we go. And we have a shortened V-fin. Fantastic. Looks beautiful. Looks demure. Very cute. So, let's go ahead and just... Come on. Alright. There we go. So yeah, this is what I was kind of talking about here, is that the V-fin looks good, nice and short, but it's not too big anymore. And that's what I like to see. It looks nice. Or at least I think it looks nice. Hold on. I'm going to adjust the camera again. There we go. I just now realized that it wasn't really at the best angle, so sorry about that. I also don't really like that it's not really focusing on what I'm working on here, but I'm trying. Once I get a proper hand cam, it'll look better, but for now, this is what we're working with. Alright. And I installed that upside down, so let me fix that. There we go. We are looking snazzy now. Our core Gundam boy is coming together. He has the shorter V-fin, which I think looks nice. And now all we have to do... And actually, hold on, I'm going to look at my droid cam real quick just to see if I can't make it seem a little bit more clear. Not really. Shoot, that sucks. Oh well. I was really hoping I could actually, like, make it look more clear, but it's not really working out, so I'll have to figure that out somehow later. And when I do, it'll look nice. I try to hold myself to, like, a somewhat degree of standards when I try to do this sort of thing. It's mostly why I haven't tried to do a Gun Plus stream yet, because I wanted it to be very specifically perfect in every way. Which is probably a very misguided thing to say, but I just want to show people things in good quality. So they know what's going on. So 26, 27, 28. Okay. Let's see. 26. 27. Oh. 28. There we go. 26, 27, and 28. Fantastic. No, normally I wouldn't want to just do like a twist-off method because it leaves residue. In this case, though, it doesn't really matter because a lot of these parts are getting covered up, so I'm going to do this for completion's sake anyway. But just know that, like, it doesn't really matter if I twist off or use the two-snip method. It just means that it's maybe a bit messier, but you won't be able to see it anyway in the final product. Alright. So yeah, talking a little bit about Build Divers and Build Divers Re-Rise. Maybe it's an unpopular thing to say, but I like the Build series of anime because they have vastly lower stakes than the actual Gundam shows. And I like the fact that people get so passionate in those shows about building these little plastic model kits. It's really nice. It's fun. There are times, though, where I think they take it a bit too seriously, and I'm like, that doesn't lend well. That doesn't lend well to what we're trying to show here. Because Gunpla is supposed to be fun, and it's supposed to be freedom. Like, why are we taking this so seriously? Like, the most serious that I would like to see come out of a Gunpla show, actually, is just, like, a world tournament arc. Guess Jason's laughing right now. Yeah, I like it more when, like, Gundam shows are a bit less serious and a lot more fun. Alright. What did I do to deserve to go to the circus? Hello Kitty fighting Gundam. You know, they actually did have Hello Kitty kits for a while. Like, it was a collaboration between Bandai and Gundam. It was dorky looking. They were dorky looking, but it was fun. And Hello Kitty did fight Gundam. She did, in fact. There's even a scene where they're floating in space, and she's like, "Must we fight? Can't we be friends?" She did win, in fact. You know what's funny is that a lot of people, especially like, and I don't see them as much anymore. Maybe it's just because I don't follow the channel as much, but in Death Battle, they put Optimus Prime versus the Granddaddy Gundam, and I'm like, brother, come on, this is obvious. I love Gundam, and even I could tell you how that one was going to go down. I was like, that's dumb. I'm sorry, I love Gundam. I really do, but if you put a Gundam versus Optimus Prime, bro, the Gundam's going to get its butt kicked. It's not even a contest. I'm surprised that they tried to, like, DBZ-ify it a little bit to make the fight look somewhat fair. Because I'm like, ain't no way. Granddaddy Gundam's getting his arse whooped. Not against Big Zam. I mean, the best mobile suit. It's a mobile armor. Shit's too big to be a mobile suit. Although I will say, Big Zam is pretty dope looking. If there ever comes a time when I find a kit of it, maybe I'll build it on stream. Make Big Zam. Because I certainly haven't been able to find a Big Zom kit. Alright, let's see. Now, the other thing I like doing with this, maybe it's not wise, considering how the parts are going to fit together eventually. Oh no, what is this? Hold on, I'll take a break here in a moment to see what's going on, but it's 44 seconds. Alright, before I do my next modification, I'll take a look. Maybe we'll do a window. Let's see, window cap. Let's see, lock all other layers before I try this. No, I thought I locked it. Oh well. Whatever. Oh, come on. Evidently the window capture wants to be right at the very top of the screen. Hold up. I'm gonna capture this. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, let's see what you got here, boy.
We now return to the 1 year war. The 1 year war was a terrible tragedy, but how did it start? Historians point towards Zeon's Operation British, an epic colony drop where over hundreds and hundreds of Fetties died. The war reached a bloody standstill until the hero of the 1 year war, Comrade Ray, turned the tides. He piloted the Zaku, outclassing all on the battlefield by being really fast. And from his courage in the face of overwhelming odds, humanity came to learn that Big Zam is the best mobile suit ever made.
Alright. Alright. That's funny. Appreciated that, thanks. That's funny. Best mobile suit ever made. Well, alrighty then, I guess it is. It's gonna be shown on Not Family Guy. Okay. Make a little bit of a divot in there. Try to separate it. This next modification I like to do, the hero of the 1 Year War, Sharmurray. Right? Yeah, brother. God, now that I think about it, the red Zaku from G-Quack looks dumb. It looks stupid. I'm sorry, but I know a lot of people like the G-Quacks stuff. I only like Police Zaku. Police Zaku is love. Police Zaku is life. And the thing they call a Gelgoog looks more like a frickin'... It looks like a gym. I'm sorry, it's like... Hey, what are you talking about, Gelgoog? This thing looks nothing like a dang Gelgoog. What are you on about? What are they smoking? The G-Quack stuff is so ugly. I bring this up literally every time I think about G-Quacks because I think it needs to be said. The mobile suits in that show are ugly. I've never said that about a Gundam series before, because usually the mech design is on point, but they look dumb. They look really dumb. And I see people, like, defending it online, and I'm like, okay. As you wish. If that's what you like, then that is not any business of mine, but... God dang, they're ugly. Let's see. I should do a tier list of the ugliest mech designs that I've ever seen. Maybe one of these days I will, during like a hangout stream or something. Just be like, yes, this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Now what is this design? Oh. Well, this is the Gundam. From G-Quacks. It looks like it's puckering up for a kiss. Alright, there it is. Now then. Just gonna pop a piece on there, like that. Fantastic. And we got the waist on. I really do love how the real color, like the real type colors look. Like, this is a really cool design, in my opinion. I wish my camera would focus a little more. I wonder if there's a way to make it focus. I'll figure it out later. I'm not gonna fret over it right now. All that needs to happen is the build. Alright, next portion of build. Arms and legs. And then our core boy is done, and I can move on to trying to convert most of this stuff into... And then I can start working on the conversion for the amazing Exia. Just turn it into armor for this thing. But first, we build the boy out. Actually, I'm going to set these guys over there for now. We don't need them. Alright. Smack. Alright, so we need the Bs 13 and 14 first. Okay. And yes, I'm going to be doing a simultaneous arm and leg assembly because it saves time and I don't feel like going through each individual instruction to try and build it out like that, like the long way. So we're just going to do it this way. And polycap 3s. Alright. Polycap 3. Polycap 3. Only good thing about polycaps, in my opinion, is that they can just be rolled out of their containment, out of the gate, and it won't actually leave too much of a scuff. Alright, let's see. Gonna do us a snip snip. The Swicker Swack. Snicker Snack went the Vorpal Blade at the Jabberwocky's neck. Me and my D&D group have recently finished Wild Beyond the Witchlight, and it was really, really fun. And even though my character wasn't really built to use the Vorpal Blade at the end, it turned out to be really, really gangsta how we completed it. Because my character was a dex fighter, and it was the only fighter in the group, or any kind of tank. Everyone else was a spellcaster of some description. Well, we actually had a rogue, but he was basically playing Puss in Boots as a Mind Blade. So he was also really funny about not wanting to steal anything from the hags. I was like, here we go. Gonna go ahead and just pump this in there. Fantastic. And then we must pump... there we go. We must put that together in there like this. I'll do a bit of cleanup. To get rid of some of the nubbins that are still there. One thing that I'm going to actually try to do once we get far enough along in the build is I'm going to try and hide some of the seams, because they done look a little weird. Okay. Well, we got the shoulders done. Now we begin construction of the inner arm pieces. And these require 36, 34, 35, 36. Okay. So cut out the 34s first. We're going to try and keep this as organized as we can. Because that's just how we do. 34, 35, and 36. There we go. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and get these out of here. I find building Gunpla to be very, very relaxing, so sometimes if I just trail off and don't say anything, sorry about that, I'm kind of in a state of zen when I do this. Like, it puts me in a much happier place when I try to build Gunpla. And, frankly, I don't know, it just makes me feel better about myself. Because I feel like I've actually done something productive once I'm done. I should get some of the Kotobukiya armored core kits, kitbash them together into an AC that I'm proud of. And actually, there's a project that I started and I may work on stream once I'm done with all of my, like, fantasy builds, so to speak. And that is, I'm gonna probably make a scratch-built armored core, which will take me a while, but I can honestly say that, like, scratch building is a skill that I wish I had when I started doing this. Just because the idea of, like, forming the pieces myself, stitching them together, and making them look like something is one of the coolest things I've ever done as a modeler. And I honestly wish it was something that I had when I was doing 40k, because 40k in Battletech, I should say. Because being able to model, like, my own mechs down to the bones of them is honestly, like, the coolest thing I can think of. And I had thought about investing in a 3D printer at one point, so that I can actually fabricate some of my own parts a little easier, but I honestly don't know where I'd even put the dang thing, so we're not going to do that. Wait. There we go. I had to, like, make weird mouth noises there to get that part out. Let's see. Gonna just snip this bad boy in there. Nice. We now have the right and left arms. Now we just need the Bs 9 and 10. Let's see. 9 and 10. Yeah, maybe at the end of the stream I'll show off the other Core Gundam Kitbash that I did. That was back when Witch from Mercury was still fresh, and I really loved the Gundam Rubris. I made a Core Gundam Rubris. And I may have ganked a design from one of my idols at the time, like my Gunpla idols. Because I really liked the idea of Core Gundam having extending legs. It was super, super cool. I was like, what? What is this? And so I tried to do it myself. And I, like, failed the first 3 times trying to build that particular component, but once I got it to work, Oh, buddy. I was very happy with myself. I was like, what the hell? I was able to do it. Alright. Let's see here. We have the arms. Wait. Wait a tick. Okay, there it goes. I just wanted to make sure it would actually go in, otherwise I was going to be upset. Alright, there we go. 1, 2. Now we need C33. That's where the hands stick into. Now, I could do the two-parter hands, but I'm not gonna. If this one came with, like, one-parter hands, I would prefer that. Just because the one-parter hands actually look better, and they transfer the knuckles a little easier. Do we have one-parter hands in here? We don't. Shoot. I was half hoping we would. Ah, it's okay. I could convert these ones here in the box into into one-parter hands. Because even though the two-parter hands allow for better, like, overall customization, they're also weak in my experience, so I'd rather not deal with that. I'd rather just the hand to be able to hold things steady without needing to be overly finicky, you know what I mean? So we're probably just gonna turn him into the one-parter hand. And anyone who doesn't like that can cry about it. Alright. Come on. There we go. Alright. Lovely. We have a Core Gundam arm. Or we will in a moment, but the cool thing about Core Gundam is that it actually doesn't take that long to build. That's the other reason why I like it. First reason why I like it is because it has the planet system armors that you can attach to it. And it's always been like one of my goals to be able to be in a situation where I can actually make armors for them, you know? Now this particular Dudicus, I'm not going to paint. I'm probably just going to finish and panel line him at some point. And then what I will do is, more than likely... Alright. Sorry, I lost my train of thought again. And more than likely what I'll do is just keep him as like a, this is my favorite little dude on my desk kind of thing. Right up until I finish my Rubris Core Gundam. Which, the building portion of that is done. That's been done even before I became a streamer. Maybe I can build another version of him if I feel so inclined, but at the moment I don't. Just know that the Rubris Core Gundam is one of my favorite builds that I will show off at the end of the stream. Alright. Got that bit. Looking good. Just doing a test flex. There we go. Fantastic. I also just like that Core Gundam is just a little guy, you know? He's just a little fella, and he looks dope. Gonna clean that off a little bit. There we go. Looking toasty and cozy. And we're gonna not put that on there yet because I still need to get the C37 spacer on there. Let's see. No pun intended. But I need the C37 spacers before I start slapping things together. Snippity-doo-dah, snippity-a. My oh my, what a wonderful day. I don't know why I have old Disney on the brain right now. But I do. Alright. Now this one I have to open back up a little bit because I forgot to put in the... I have forgotten to put in a component that is crucial. So I'm going to have to pop this guy out again real quick. Sometimes I just forget to do things. Alright, let's see. Come on out, buddy. There we go. Mitzi's being cute over there. Sorry. I got a little distracted. She was being cute. I should get a Mitz ass... Like, I should get a Mitz asset here for my streams. It's like a little cartoon version of the kitty. And every time she comes around, I can pop little cartoon Mitz up so she can come hang out with us. Alright. There we go. Thankfully, not too much of a divergence or a backtrack. Hey, we're getting a raid by Mr. McCrae. What's up, broski? How you doing, man? Welcome in. I'm doing a Kitbash build tonight. Oh my god, thank you. Wait, why isn't it playing? Why isn't the sound alert playing? Ayo. Also, thank you for the raid, my guy. Jamming to some Rainbow Kitten Surprise. What the heck? Hang on, I'm gonna... Oh, there it goes. Oh, there it goes. It just needed to load a little, I guess. Music. He's too mainstream. That's what they do. It's not hip hop, it's pop. He's the founder of innovative music. Stop rap it down. Just someone make a music. I don't know how to make songs like that. I don't know what words to use. Let me know when it occurs to you. Alright. Sorry. But, how you doing? But, I'm gonna need you to explain Rainbow Kitten Surprise. What the heck is that? But yes, we're doing a Core Gundam Kitbash tonight. So, yeah. That's what we do. It's a band. Okay. And they're called Rainbow Kitten Surprise. Alright. Are they good? I mean, if you're listening to them, I'm assuming they're good. Because you, sir, are the music man. So come on over, let's hang out a while. Try to understand. Try to understand. Try to understand. Kite's a music man. Yeah, Lucas and you went to their concert Sunday night? Oh. I'm half tempted to change the lo-fi. You were in the pit up close. I'm tempted to change the lo-fi for a bit just so I can hear one of their songs. But I don't want to get copyright. Let's see. The name Rainbow Kitten Surprise, though, for a band is crazy. Send me a song on Discord to check out. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother man. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm always looking for new music to listen to. I've been kind of on an Anamanaguchi kick lately, actually. Like, just while I'm at work and while I'm trying to get my business done at home and all that. Lead singer is a trans woman. She's pretty cool. Alrighty. Good to know. Good to know. You know what? I am going to turn these into single grippers. I'm not going to keep them segmented because they usually end up weak. So time for me to break out the plaster weld again. Alright. Now then, I just need to make sure I got the right fist. Alright. Yes, I do indeed. Okay. Sent 3 songs. Hell yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm gonna have to check those out. I'm always looking for some new music. And Rainbow Kitten Surprise sounds like a surprise. I'm not witty tonight. Alright, there we go. Thanks, brother man. Appreciate it. But, what you been up to today? Other than, Rainbow Kitten Surprise. Got any, cool news going on? Since this is a Gun Plus stream, you build anything cool lately, bro? Make some cool things? Oh my god, lol. Let's see. And neat. These are going to need to cure overnight, but I'm just going to pop them in the wrists, because why not? You haven't built anything in about 1.5 to 2 years. Aww. You should build, my man. You should build. Or not. I don't know. Last was Love Phantom Gundam. Oh my god, that thing is ridiculous and I love it to death. The Love Phantom Gundam is a mood in Gunpla form. It is beauty incarnate. If I recall correctly, the base unit is a Death Scythe, right? Like the Gundam Death Scythe? I can't remember anymore off the top of my head, but I think it was something like that. Let's see, I'm gonna need these 3, 18, and 19. Alright. It's like an Astray Noir. Oh. Wait, am I thinking of something else then? Because I remember there being this really, like, interesting looking Gundam that was based off the Death Scythe. I could be wrong, though. It's like an Astray Noir mixed with the Death Scythe. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Wasn't too sure myself. Okay, let's see. Let's organize these a little better. Go. It's got heels. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a build diverse suit too, right? Because I remember the main, like the character that pilots, that flies that machine is really, really flamboyant. Yeah! I remember now. Okay. Not gonna lie though, Love Phantom is really, really dope looking. I'm also trying to remember the name of the, I think it was an Ultron Gundam, but it was piloted by a furry. Sorry. That was kind of a blunt way of putting that, wasn't it? Which was the Ultron that was piloted by a furry? Sorry. I amuse myself sometimes. I should pull up a picture of it because it's actually cool. But I'm not trying to be facetious. The pilot is literally a furry. Hold up. I'm gonna finish this section and then I'll pull a picture of it up because it is actually cool. But I'm making it sound way less cool than it is. I'm sorry, I'm laughing too much at the, You do love the Phantom Gundam, though. It's awesome. It's because it's a really baller mobile suit, I don't blame ya. Alright, hang on. I need to, Ghost Gundam is also really good. I need to look up the, let's see. No, my keyboard. Okay, there it is. Build... Hang on. You love your Crossbone variants? Crossbones are really, really dope as well. Not gonna lie. Those are really, really cool mobile suits, too. Build Divers Ultron Furry. Wait, I didn't type anything. What is wrong with me? Build Divers Ultron Furry. The Gian Ultron. There we go. That's the one I was talking about. Like, this thing is legitimately very cool. It is cool, but it's also piloted by this guy. So, wait. There we go. There we go. I swear I pulled it up. It's called the Gian Ultron. And, yeah. So, the Gian Ultron looks like this. It is legitimately very cool. However, it's piloted by this guy. This man is every DeviantArt furry's original OC. Do not steal. We're doing a Kitbash tonight. And this Kitbash is one that I've wanted to do for a very long time. It is going to be me doing the real color, like the real type colors. Core Gundam with a few modifications of my own, namely the smaller V-fin. And I'm going to convert the amazing Exia into a Planet's System style armor for my Core Gundam. Now, this isn't the first Core Gundam Kitbash I've ever done, but I've always wanted to do this Kitbash for as long as I have loved Gunpla. Well, maybe not that long, but it's two of my favorite, like, build series Gundams, so I'm gonna be mashing them together in an unholy alliance of this is dope and I feel like doing it. So, yeah, that's what we doing. We're starting out with We're starting out with the Real Colors Core Gundam, and then we're going to be converting. It's going to look cool. I hope. That's kind of the thing that happens whenever I do any kit bash, is it's going to look dope. I hope. Let's see. Uh-oh. We have spam from a clown. Shawnee Boy. 513, you dork. I hope you enjoy the Shadow Realm. Make sure you apply the clown makeup yourself when you get there. Let's see. Don't mind me, I'm just having a very spirited argument with my runners right now. My god. Okay. Gonna snip these guys out. And then oh, I do actually need these. You have a Core Gundam kit bash of your own where you wanted to see if you could make an abomination combining every planet from the planet system together to make a Core Gundam piloting some sort of mobile armor. Oh god. That's ambition, my friend. It's cool as hell, though. Alright. Let's see. Also, yeah, when I did my proof of concept stream for this, I fixed up a 30 minutes mission kit bash that was originally supposed to look like a Battletech mech, but it ended up looking kind of dorky, so I wanted to clean it up and make it look more official. Actually, he's right here. I can just show him. Yeah. So this is what we worked on last time. We actually cleaned this guy up. We made his waist a little better. And now he looks more Battletech-y. I call this my courier. It ended up being like a Buddha-esque creature with a lot of arms. Oh god. So you made the Ashura Gundam, but Core Gundam. But yeah, this is what we did last time. We cleaned this guy up, made him look better, made him look more like a battle mech. And now we're doing a kit bash. So here we go. Most of my builds are going to be kit bashes, just as a warning. Because, I don't know if this happens to any other Gunpla builder, but I see something that I really, really like. Think, what if I did that? And then I just let the impulsive thought win. I let the impulsive thought win, and then I end up spending a lot of money on plastic. I don't know if that happens to anyone else who builds, but it happens to me. And also, I just love customizing things, so I feel like I always need to have something that stands out from how everyone else does things, so maybe that's just a point of arrogance in my part, but I just love building. Yeah. And funny enough, I actually got my start, like, if I wanted to be really technical, the first ever Gunpla I built was something that my parents bought me a long time ago in Christmas. And it was the original Gundam Epion kit. And it was the most, like, amazing thing. Like, nowadays I see it and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's the jankiest looking thing I've ever seen. But when I was a kid and I realized, holy crap, I can put this together myself, I was like over the moon about it. And then I think it was like me and my grandpa and my dad put it together. And I've been building ever since. I didn't know what they were called. I didn't know what Gunpla was called at first. I was just like, this is that robot from the anime I like. But it doesn't look like the robots from the anime I like. Hang on. You also had a silly Kitbash where you took some of the extra sprues and gave your smallest Gunpla a harness to ride your largest one. That's cool, man. Oh yeah. And actually, before I end stream today, I want to show you guys the Core Gundam Kitbash that I'm actually really proud of. And I call it my my Rubris Core Gundam. That thing I am immensely proud of. Even if he's been sitting in storage for a while because I haven't actually finished. Your Core Gundam was riding your mega-sized unicorn. I love it. I love that. All of this immediately, please. But yeah, I built... I need to remember to keep my hands in frame when I'm building, god dang it. That's why you guys are here. But when I was building my Rubris Core Gundam, I was like, right when Witch from Mercury was fresh, and I really wanted to build something Core Gundam-y, but also from Witch from Mercury. And I compromised on this by creating the Rubris Core Gundam. It is dope, but it took quite a lot of revisions and quite a lot of work. It is a build that cost me a little over, I want to say $150, because I had to keep buying new parts, because they kept breaking. And then when I finally got them to not break, and it ended up looking super dope, I was like, hell yeah. I then primed it and then never ended up coloring it. I should paint it on stream one time. But the problem is that I don't want to paint it standard Gundam tricolor, because my favorite paint scheme in all of Gundam is actually the Blue Destiny paint scheme. And actually, I can kind of show this off once I get to a good stopping point again. But I made a Core Gundam based off of the Blue Destiny. And I want to like it, but I also tried using Gundam markers on it, and it didn't work like I thought it would. So he just looks like... dumb. Like, the general color scheme looks good, but the actual machine itself looks kind of stupid. And I will show him off once I get to a good stopping point. To take a little bit of a break to pull him over, but... Alright. Here we go. You have an accidental Kitbash where your Master Grade Stray broke an arm and you had enough pieces to build backup strike arm. You just repainted the part and did some battle damage. That's cool. That is really, really cool, man. Oh yeah. I love it when kits like that kind of come about. And actually, one of my like, you know what? I'll show her on stream too, because I also like telling this story because it's very much a I don't know, it's sad, but it's also kind of cool how it happened. But when 30 Minute Sisters, you want to buy like 8? Nice. But yeah, when 30 Minute Sisters was a new thing, I wanted to try building one more out of curiosity than anything else, because I'd already really liked 30 Minutes missions. And I was like, you know what? I have a conspicuous lack of waifus on my desk, so new HG Iron-Blooded Orphans and make my custom Gundam frame. Ooh, I did that, actually. I did that once. It was really, really rewarding, but it was really, really time-consuming and cost-ineffective. Alright, I'm kind of at a good stopping point, so I'm going to show 2 things and then tell a story, and then we'll keep going. Go over here. Oh, ad break. I'll wait. While we're waiting, I'll just clean this guy up a little bit. So he's dusty. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna bring these 2 over here. Just so that I can show what's going on with them. Ad is gonna end in 30 seconds or so. You know what? I can keep building for a little while I'm waiting for the ad break to finish. Oh wait, the ad break's almost over. Never mind. Okay, ad break is ending. Welcome back, everyone, from ad jail. So, before I tell the long-winded story of my proudest Kitbash, first I want to show off my Blue Destiny Core Gundam. The paint didn't come out kind of how I wanted, and I was experimenting with Gundam markers, so my guy looks a little dorky. And it's very uneven. Like, I know my camera's a little, like, unclear, so I'm sorry about that, but I love the Blue Destiny color scheme. And I wanted my Core Gundam to have Blue Destiny color, but I was experimenting with Gundam marker, and it just didn't work out. So, in order to sort of clean him up a little and make him look nicer, I opened the Gundam marker and just used my brushes to paint him. And he still looks kind of dumb, so I kind of treat him as like the trial run for my first attempt at a Blue Destiny Core Gundam. So that's that. But also, my proudest Kitbash, like I was saying, when 30 Minute Missions was just coming out, they were flying off the shelves where I'm from, and I was like, you know what, my desk has a conspicuous amount of, like, no waifus on it, so I should probably build one. And I couldn't find one anywhere, and I even told my buddy at the hobby shop that I go to that if he found one, to put it aside for me and save it. And one day when I was just browsing and I had totally forgotten about it, they told me, as I was checking out that day with something completely different, I think it was when I was buying a bunch of Iron-Blooded Orphan stuff, they were like, so this mom and her little girl came back and they returned this one because the girl couldn't figure out how to build it. because the little girl couldn't figure out how to build it. So, we were just going to throw it away. Do you want it? And I was like, yeah, you know what? I've been looking for one of these for a while. Sure, screw it. Let's do it. And when I brought her home, most of the parts were broken. Most of them had teeth marks on them. She was in really rough shape, needless to say. So, in order to sort of like rescue / kitbash her back into shape, I had a Gundam Flauros that was just sitting in my backlog, that not doing anything. So, I put her back together using Gundam Flauros parts. This is her. I like to call this bash Hana, because Hana, flower, Japanese, you know, I'm super clever. But also, she's just a straight up Gundam girl of Gundam Flauros. I am very proud of this Kitbash, like almost unreasonably so, because of how much I needed to replace and fix and just like work on, just to get everything to fit right and just to make sure that she was stable, able to stand up. And using the Gundam Flauros parts really tested my like ability to build things on one of these frames. I've since built another 30 Minutes sister, but Hana is always going to be my like my desk companion. She always hangs out on my desk. And she's cool. Has a lot of sentimental value to me. So, yes, head pats, and she's going back on the desk. Yes. Also, I thought it was cool to give her big shoulder. I thought it was cool to give her the snub nose cannons, even though I could have very much, like, not. You saw someone build Artorias from Dark Souls using only 30-minute missions kits? That's incredible. But yeah, sorry for the long-winded story, but I'm very proud of Hana. She's cool, and I adore her to death. She hangs out on my desk as, like, my desk bunny. I thought about updating her recently just to give her some more cool stuff, but I almost don't want to. She's kind of cool on her own as it is, but yeah. I don't know if I'm just being sentimental for no reason or not, but she's been on my desk now for, like, I don't know, maybe I want to say almost like 4 years now. Oh my god. Almost 4 years of having her around, and she's my little good luck charm on my desk. Alright. Okay, I almost lost the foot plate. That would have been very bad. Kind of want to buy a frame arms girl one of these days, but you've had a lot of issues with Kodo kits. Yeah! That's how I feel about Kotobukiya Armored Core kits. They look sick, and they look amazing, but there's just so much extra work you have to put in just to make sure that they don't blow up. Because those parts are really loose, and they're really, like, finicky, and they're really strange. But one day I hope to fully scratch build my own armored core. Frame arms girls are cool though. They look cool anyway. I'm not sure how they actually build, but they definitely look dope. Alright. Here we go. The plastic is inconsistent, loose connections, and a plethora of other issues. I agree. 110%, bro. Anytime I've tried to build anything frame arms, it always ends up being like, eh. They look cool on the box art, but when you actually try to build them, it's like, pulling teeth almost, trying to keep them stable. I also had one that I thought was cool looking at first, but it ended up having a lot of issues, and it ended up having like a lot of flash on it from, I guess, when they were printing it. But man, those third-party Chinese kits that have been releasing over the past few years. Explain. Are we talking like really good, or are they like terrible? Because if they're really good, I'd like to try my hand at one or two of them. If they're bad, then I want to try my hand at one or two of them just to see how bad. No, they've been really damn good. Okay. Okay. I'd be down to try one or two of them then, at some point. See how they do. That'd be really cool. Excuse me. Like, you have the SNAA lizard. Okay. And is it like super sick? Because if they're really good, then memes aside, I would want to try one because they're cool. Because it would be cool to see how good they are. Alright, there we go. Alright, I can push it up later, that's fine. But I do need to get this bit out. Which is inspired by the Sotheby, but there's a whole different system. Oh. Okay. You have my attention, sir. Okay. Alright. Nope. That one goes to that one. And we're gonna snip some of these guys off. And will this one fit? Yes, it will. Alright. It's a 1/130 or a 1/100th size kit, alright. Sounds reasonable so far. Go. Snap this bad boy in there. Here we go. But it had like 4559 runners. Oh, 4549. Okay. I was gonna be like, dang, boy. So it's perfect grade levels of detail, but in a master grade size. Oh, Jesus. Ayo, I've never put together a perfect grade. I don't think I'm ever going to have the space, money, or time to. I'd love to one day, though. That would be just dope as frick to do. Okay. You have built 2 perfect grades. Alright. Which 2? If you don't mind me asking. Both are in storage. That makes sense, though, because they're friggin' huge. Alright. Both of them are friggin' huge, probably, so I understand. Alright. We've got leg number 1. We got leg number 2. The Red Astray Kai and the 2019 Perfect Strike. Okay. Fair enough. Alright. We have our little boy, we have our little dude built. Say hello to the Real Colors core. We have our boy built. Now here comes the complicated part. Because now I need to try and suss out how I'm going to turn the amazing Exia into core gun support. Alright. Both built just in storage. Fair enough. Alright, so now here comes the hard part. And usually what I'd like to do is, before I do any form of construction, I like to look at the instruction manual. Just to make sure that I'm looking at everything correctly. And so that I can know which parts I can cut up, which parts I cannot touch, which parts I can, and you have a link to the SNAA lizard if you want to see it. I'd be down. Let's see. I mostly prohibit links in the chat because usually those are used by bots. So let me send you a whisper on Twitch so you can send it to me personally. Alright, let's see. Go to my channel. My stream chat. Whisper. Alright. Yo. Okay. I sent you a whisper. If you want to send me the link to the SNAA lizard, there we go. I'm going to open it in a new tab now. Holy crap. I need to show this. Oh my god. What the frick? That's crazy. Ayo. That's insane. What the frick is this? Holy shnikes. What the heck? This really is like Sazabi, but holy crap. That's gangsta as hell. What the heck? Oh my god. It's like... Yeah, it's like Sazabi but on crack. Or the Nightingale. Like, no, not the Nightingale. What am I thinking of? The Reba Woo. That's what I'm thinking of. Reba Woo. Okay, this is really, really cool. That is so sick. What? It even has the beam tomahawk sword thing. What the heck? Bro, that is incredible looking. What the frick? Okay, those are the transfers. What? Okay. That's awesome. What the heck? Alright. Alright. I see you. Holy schnapples, though. That's really, really cool. Alright. Time to go back to work, though. Because now I need to figure out how I'm going to turn... You see those shoulder cannons? Those are also fiends. That's insane. That's crazy, my guy. Like, legit, that is insane. Okay. Now to try and suss out how we're going to make Amazing Exia into armor for Core Gundam. And I think, sadly, the only option... Wow, we really don't have much option here. Because a lot of the details that come on this thing, you need the inner frame for. And in order for me to actually get in there and really make it work, I would have to hollow it out a little bit. And that would be hard to do. Huh. So there's already a lot of structure that I would need to strip out in order to make it work. Frick. Okay. The arms won't be too much of an issue. It looks like. So even if they are not actively being used in melee, they are still weapons. Alright. Fair enough, fair enough. Shoot. Okay, this is going to be more complicated than I thought it would be. But I think we can still do it. It's just gonna be... It's just gonna be a smidge more complicated than I thought. Because a lot of the structure points in there that are... A lot of the structure points in here are almost a requirement in order to make sure that it actually clicks in and works correctly. And normally for Core Gundam Planets armors, you have to, they have to sit kind of in the part. So here's what I'm wondering. There's also the SNAA ruling, which is a redesign of the Dual Gundam. Oh, that sounds incredible. Because of most of the seed kits, aside from the Buster, I really liked the Dual. It looked cool. Okay. So then, what can I do here? The shoulders are very self-explanatory, and those aren't going to be tough at all. It's the legs that I'm worried about. Because these legs require a lot of structure and a lot of supports in order to actually stay working. And I mean, I could hollow them out, but it's also a die-cast frame. Ooh! Now you're talking my language, bro. That just sounds incredible. Okay, this is going to be really hard. Like, way harder than I thought it was going to be, but I think I can pull it off. It's just going to take... It may take me an entire other stream to actually put it together, so... I think for right now, I'll just show, like, what we got done here. He's a cool dude. I really like how the Core Gundam looks just in general. But yeah, once we get this Kitbash done, you sent it if I want to check it out. You know what? Since I'm kind of stuck in theorycraft mode right now, let's do it. We'll take a quick break so I can take a look. Oh my god. That's cool. Okay, I'm a fan of that. That's really cool looking. What the frick? What are these kits? Dude, they're so awesome. How come Bandai can't do that? Ayo. This is wild. What the frick? And it has a full inner frame too. What the hell? That's awesome. What the frick? That's really freaking cool. What the hell? What are these Chinese manufacturers doing to make them that cool? Hold on, I want to go back to my favorite picture of this. That's wild. There's the Aurora, which is supposed to be the Barbados, but you can't tell. Okay. Well, if you want to send it to me, now's the time. But yeah, that's crazy. Oh, wait, no, you already sent me that one. Hang on. Yeah, that's dope. That's so cool. Alright, let's take a look at the Aurora. That doesn't really read as Barbados to me, but it looks kind of like... I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks cool as frick, but it's hard to tell what it actually is. Because on the one hand, it looks kind of like the Justice, but on the other hand, it looks like the Eclipse. I can't tell either, honestly. It looks cool, though. And it also has the weird Baku head double beam saber looking thing. That's really sick. What the hell? That's really, really cool, man. Hell yeah. It looks very either like Eclipse Gundam or like Justice. But I can't really tell because there's so much going on. I don't really know what it's supposed to be inspired by either, but it looks cool. I'll tell you that much. It looks really cool. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the directions on the amazing Exia stuff off stream, because this looks like it's going to be more complicated than I thought it was going to be to do the Kitbash. And it's also going to mean that if I really want to make it work and really make it fit, I'm going to have to make the lower legs more rigid than they probably are supposed to be. But that's a hard thing to suss out right now, actually. I know the arms look like they're going to be a little easier, because all I really need to do is get the lower cannons of the arm and then just slot them in like that. Shoulder should be fine. What if we took a core Gundam that used a cheap MG as the planet system? That would be cool. Don't have any idea how that would actually work, but no, actually, that would be very easy to do, especially if the Gundam was a little more blocky. But, you know, since I'm in the stage of, like, trying to suss this out, I'm going to show you guys my core Rubris Gundam, because I'm really proud of this design, too. Mind you, I haven't painted the dang thing, so... And I've kind of just kept them in storage, but... I used Gundam aerial parts. as well as Core Gundam 2 parts. He's a little dusty because I haven't actually finished working on him, but I am very proud of how he turned out. I just need to finish him someday. But here he is. This is my Core Rubris Gundam. You can actually also attach all of the Gund bits to... You can actually attach all the Gund bits to him. And he actually stands a little taller than a normal Core Gundam. And the arms are a little longer. Like, I don't know if you can tell from this image, from like what I'm showing here, but he's dusty. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to take an air can to him if I actually go paint him now, but yeah. I really wanted a Witch from Mercury Core Gundam, so this is what I built. And actually, do I have the, Oh, I do. Sick. Hang on. I just need to remove everything from this box of wonders here. Just so I can show off what he looks like when he's all put together. Let's see. Gundabit. These out real quick. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the... I forgot I took the shell units out. Because I wanted to try and make it so that it has the Calibarn shell parts on there. All before I tried to do any painting. But... pull all of this out real quick. There it is. My goodness, it's dusty. I need to finish him one day. But... yeah, on my Core Rubris Gundam, you can actually fit the Gund bits onto him from all of the modifications that I made. And once I slap them on, you will see how that looks. I'm also very proud of this build, it's just that I need to finish it. Come on. Okay, this is... my gloves are getting in the way, but... come on. I also don't want to break it. There we go. It just had to be a little more stern. Oh my god. Such dust. Oh, come on. Alright. Hold up. Well, his hand opened up and I didn't really want it to, but that's okay. I'll fix it in a sec. There's a lot of hair in there too. Oh my god. Okay. So you can't randomize it on Wiki. Okay. So you'll ask your browser's AI. Fair enough. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. I still have the clear parts in there. I'm not going to put them in, but... yeah, I'll just keep the beam rifle off for now. It's fine. It was just using the, it was just using the, stupid beam rifle from the aerial anyway. But yeah, this is my, Core Gundam Rubris. As you can see here, I was able to get all of the, I was able to get all the Gund bits on there. This is probably my most complicated Kitbash, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But I am very proud of how it turned out. I just need to paint it, and I need to also prime the Gund bits, so I could paint them too. But, yeah, this is it. I'm super happy with him, but he needs to be painted. Maybe I'll do that on stream one day. I don't trust myself with paint right now, though. So, back into his containment cell he goes. I just wanted to show him because... Mamma mia. And also, I wanted to show the Gundam frame that I built. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab him. Okay. So this is my custom Gundam frame. Let me get back in. Let me back onto the desk. I had to go get him from my shelf. Sorry. I haven't painted him and I haven't done anything with him. I just wanted to build him out. But this is the Gundam Zepar Brawler. And I wanted a machine that could do mixed martial arts, basically. So this thing has like a armored hood that can come up and cover the head. It also has the Gusion's head and face, like up here. But I also modified the arm shields, if you could see them, to have like these shotgun bits on them, so that when this thing punches, it also shoots. And it also has Tonfa on there in case I want to do like Muay Thai moves. So the Tonfa is on the bottom, assist in that. The knees have the drill bit things. And I like to think that at the bottom of the shoes, or like the feet, these are all like flak cannons as well. So this thing can kick and shoot shotgun as well. I spent an inordinate amount of time on this because I really wanted something that had excellent articulation and was also really, really sturdy and stable. Like even on my unsteady desk, the Zepar Brawler doesn't fall over. And I gotta be honest, I'm a fan of this one. If I ever do paint it, I want to send it to a professional so that it actually looks good when I color them in. Double Zeta, Nether, Wing Zero, the Double O Razor, and the Stargazer. Oh god. Oh no. But yeah, Nightingale. This is my custom Gundam frame. The Zepar Brawler. I spent an inordinate amount of time Trying to turn this thing into a mixed martial arts mobile suit. But does the Nether even have a modern high grade? I don't know. I don't think it does. And if it does, I haven't seen it, or it's P Bandai. But yeah. This is my custom Gundam frame. He's really neat. I don't know what else to do with him. So after I built him out, I just sort of let him hang out on my desk. Or on my shelf, I should say. My shelf of maybe I will, maybe I won't finish project. But yeah. I really like this one. And I'm going to have to really suss out how I'm going to do the planet system style armor for my amazing Exia, because going to be real here, the instructions indicate that it's going to be really, really complicated. It's going to involve a lot of sculpting and a lot of editing, so I'm probably going to do some planning off stream, and then the next time I stream, I'm going to get back to this and try and actually get it done. Because otherwise, I'm going to be kind of screwed. Otherwise, so for now, we have our base subject, who is going to be the Real Colors... who's going to be the Real Colors core Gundam. I don't know why my brain stopped working there, but it did. So, we're going to put him with the amazing Exia parts, and I'm going to close that up. And I think for one more like bonus build, because I don't really want to end just yet. I think what I do now is build the Melander that I got not too long ago, because I have Armored Core on the brain, and I might as well do something about that. So, I'm going to put those over there for now. Hold up, I'm going to just close up on my Kitbash for the time being. I'm going to have to do some... Let me knock the mic. Because I'm going to have to do some more intensive planning before I actually go for it full hog. So... we're going to just condense it down over here. Fantastic. Alright. We're going to put this over here now. And now, for our bonus build tonight... where did I put it? Oh, there it is. We have a Melander. Now, I like Armored Core 6 kit. I like Armored Core 6. And I've had some Armored Core on the brain, so... this one's just going to be a straight assembly, because I have another custom Armored Core that I'm working on. I would just prefer not to mix this with it until I have everything built and set up. So we're going to do a bonus build before I close out tonight. I'll show off my custom Armored Core, and then we'll probably call it there for the night. So, I'm actually going to switch the music up too, so that it can be more interesting when I build this. Let's see. Go! frequency. There we go. Let me just go there real quick. Yeah, let's go. Now we're gonna put together our boy. And then the next time I do a Gun Plus stream, we're gonna do the we're gonna finish out the Kitbash. But for tonight, we're done with that. Now we're just gonna unwind with a straight assembly. God, I love the sound of taking the runners out. Also, for 30-minute missions kits, these have a lot of runners in them. I'm honestly not shocked, but you know. Ooh, they have water transfers for Balaam Industries. Very nice. I will not make use of them. Alright. Oh no! Okay, I almost dropped that. That would have been very bad if I did. Okay. Alright. So let us begin the construction of the Melander frame. E1, C1, G, C, E. Alright, F1. There we go. So we're going to do the head first. Oh, I actually need G7 and G8. Trust me to go ahead and jump ahead of everything else. E, F, A. Oh, where are you? G? Hello? Oh, there's G. Dang it. I'm dumb. Your idea for a Kitbash is the Flauros legs, the Marcosius torso, Lupus arms, Bale backpack, rebake head, and you don't know what you want to use on the waist. Might make a custom. That'd be cool. Let's see, G7 and G8. Yeah. That would be cool to see. I'm a little bit sad that we had to put the initial Kitbash that I was planning for tonight on pause, but I need to do a little bit more planning before I start chopping. Because if I just start chopping with no plan, it's going to end up bad, so... I will now put together the Melander. Like the crossbone cloth armor draping over the waist and the armor parts. That would be cool. You could totally do that. Oh, come on. There we go. Already I can tell this head's going to be beefy, and I love it. Let's see, F1, 33, and 32. That's going to be the next that we cut out of here. And make it go all the way down to the feet, akin to how the Marcosius had a cape originally. That would be sick, dude. I say do it. Follow your dreams, Nightingale. And okay. This part is tiny, but that's okay. Right, am I doing these front to back? Yeah. That is kind of how we do. So... in they go. And then at some points I'm going to have to pick up Milk Tooth so I can get some extra parts. And then after this I'll show my custom AC, and yeah. You do want 2 of those giant greatswords from You Forgot the Mobile Suit from Iron-Blooded Orphans, and would need to cut and redesign the wrist cannons. Yeah, you could do that. Let's see. F110. Where's 10? Oh, there it is. It's just really small. He's small. I'm worried I'm going to drop him on the floor. Alright. Really get in there. Okay, there we go. Really get in there. Alright, there we go. You want those to act as grappling hooks? That'd be cool. I say go for it. That's gonna be sick. I would want to see it. Alright, here's when I wish I had tweezers. Ugh. And for some reason you want to put skates or something similar on the feet so they can use the grappling hooks to dash around grapple parts like snow speeders. That's very creative, I'll give you that. I mean, it's almost... I mean, I shouldn't be talking. I just talked about how my custom Gundam frame has flak cannons all over the place, so... Alright, let's see. F1, 20, and 21. Alright. I wonder if they're going to release more of these, because I really hope they do. I want to be able to build my actual AC from the game, but so far I only have an approximation of it. Alright. Gonna snip these out. Then... Alright. Gonna snap that part in there, and then slide this forward. Oh, come on. Something tells me it doesn't want to go on. There will be a gap, it says in the instructions, so... Come on. The head part doesn't really want to go on right now. That's kind of upsetting. Hold on. I'm gonna try and see where... Alright. There it goes. There we go. I just need to make sure it's all the way in. Fantastic. F112 is going to be the next component to this. Oh, those are polycaps from the Kitbash. Don't need to see those right now. Alright. We've got the head all put together now. We just need to get the core done. So he just looks up what the mobile suit had, which mobile suit had the swords. Which ones? Now I'm going to need the E1 part. I'm going to need the E1 numbers. Is this E1? Yes. Okay. 25 and 20. And it's Helmwig. The Helmwig? Alright. Helmwig is a really cool... The Helmwig is a really cool mobile suit, too. I remember that. Barbados took both of the swords and, or Barbados took the giant sword off of it, I should say, and beat the crap out of Hashmal with it in the series. It was really cool. And how do these two go together? Ooh, like this. Okay. There we go. I am now happy. I just need A10. Let's see. A10 is right here. You feel like it's something right out of Elden Ring? It kind of is. It kind of does give off that feeling, doesn't it? Imagine having a Iron-Blooded Orphans Soulsborne game. That'd be kind of wild. And I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably play the ever-loving crap out of that game. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I've hyped myself up on it. I really want an Iron-Blooded Orphans, like, Soulsborne game. Alright. A12 and 11. Okay, there they are. Go. Got a little bit of that off right there. A little bit there. Fantastic. Alright. Now I need C1, 7, and 6. Alright. E1, F1, C1. There we go. There's C1. C1, 6, and 7. That is presently what is required. I love that my model keeps going off into the ether right now. Okay, you can chill out, model. I guess not. It demands my attention. My mobile platform is spazzing out. First and foremost, I need to click these two together. Wait. No, that's right. Okay. That's right, I was just tripping. My god. I'm starting to get really tired, but my Kitbash idea ended quicker than I thought it would because I need to plan it better. One, two. There we go. All is good in the world now that we have the waste part created. Now I need E122. Okay. E122. And I need A15. There we go. It's the very top part of the chassis, it looks like. Yeah, sorry if I'm not chatting as much right now, but I really am like kind of in the zone. Kind of in the zone, and I'm really like, anytime I do any gunpla, I just feel so at peace. Like, everything's gonna be alright in the world if I do this. Pop that in there, and then snap the second half in like this. Alright. Fantastic. Looking good. Ooh, I missed a step. I need to go in and do this. Put that part of the core on there, and A16. It may help if I actually pay attention. Sometimes I get so in the zone, I'm like... I like miss a step, and then I'll have to go back later and figure out why there's an extra component that doesn't look like it should be off. I'm like, what? What have I done? Here we go. Looking good. Looking good. Now I need a 13 and 14. Alright. Pop these bad boys out. And then pop this bad boy out. That one wasn't as clean as I like it, but that's okay. All I need to do is just finish the assembly on this guy. And actually, I really like all of Balaam's I almost called them mobile suits. God dang it. I really like all of Balaam's parts, too, if I'm being perfectly honest. They remind me very much of like old school Crest ACs to a degree. And I enjoy flying them. So C1, 11, and C1. Let's see, that's E1. C1, there we go. Let's see, C1. 11 and 5. I should also mention that I make no promises to this, but I feel like one day I'm going to cannibalize this AC so I can build onto my custom AC, which I'll show in a moment, but my custom AC is really, really dope looking, in my opinion. So me poaching parts off of other ACs just feels right. It's like a nutty looking Scaver AC. Alright. E121. Ooh, come on. Let's see. E121. Where are you? There you are. Snip. And come on, pop. Nope. And come on. Come on, go on in. There we go. Wonderful. Right, I'm gonna pop the head on there because I like the Melander head. It looks cool. I always thought that this head was just pure aura to me. Alright. What are the two back plates? C1, 14, and 13. Okay. 13 and 14. There they are. Bottom. And there we go. I'm just gonna pop these back plates on there. Nice, okay. You know what, I might not even cannibalize this one because it's too cool looking. Alright. But we need to build two sets of E1 and E2, 16 and 17. Alright. Two sets of these, eh? I also really like grooving out to this because I really like the band that was formed for Armored Core. And I'm a little sad that they didn't make a return appearance in Armored Core 6, but usually when I play Armored Core 6, I like to just listen to it in the background. Or I like to listen to this in the background. Because it comes off really, really, really well when I'm trying to do missions. Not that the music in Armored Core 6 is bad by any stretch. It's just not really my speed, so I always end up just listening to something else. As sad as that sounds. And let me tell you what, buddy. There is a lot of tracks in OG Armored Core that need recognition. Alright. We're going a long time today. Truth told, I wanted to actually start earlier so that I could, I wanted to start a little earlier just because I knew that I probably wouldn't actually finish my Kitbash today. But I wanted to do building on stream. Here's A. Fantastic. 20 and 21. All right. Okay. So do I angle it backwards, or how does this... Sorry, I'm looking at the instructions, so if I kind of squick out in my model, that's my bad. I just needed to make sure I was seeing it correctly. Because there's a part of the directions here that are a little unclear. Alright. I'm just going to have to trust the process. And 21. Go. I will say, though, that of all the Armored Core games, the one that has the best soundtrack is actually 4, even if I think... And I'm probably going to get crucified for this, because I know that everybody loves 4 and 4 Answer, but I think that 4 and 4 Answer is a little bit overrated. Everyone talks about them, everyone loves them, everyone remembers them fondly, but... I don't know, I never really liked the overly fast movement of that game. I liked it better when Armored... My preferred generation of Armored Core is actually Last Raven and... like Last Raven, Nexus, and Silent Line. I preferred those eras of Armored Core to the others, generally speaking. And Armored Core 5 just made me sad. Because because at the time I thought I was going to go back to that. And then it turned out to be kind of a clunky mess, and I'm like, I like my mechs clunky, this is not what I meant. Alright, nope, that is how it's supposed to go. I just need to make sure that it's pushed all the way in. Okay! I almost broke this part. I don't like that. Oh, come on. Gonna get in there and... okay. Now we're good. Whew, I was worried for a moment. That was actually a little not good. I thought I was going to break it. And then it turns out we're fine. Okay. In it goes. In it goes. Then we snap this on like that. Fantastic. We have successfully made 2 sets of these. Now A3. Okay. Whoa. Well, that's one way to do it, I guess. I don't know why this plastic is so brittle compared to the other ones, but I'm not a fan. I'd vastly prefer it if it was less snappy. Okay. Now for this one... Okay, the front section is supposed to be facing out, so... Of our 2 arms... I guess like that? I'm just gonna trust the process and say that that is how they wanted me to do that. I'm saying that a lot tonight, but I genuinely kind of mean it. I'm like, alright. We're in the weird ugly phase of the process. Alright. Gonna need C1s and C2s now. That's E, C1. And that's another E, G, F, C. Yeah. There we go. So then, we're going to need 1, 2, and 3. Wait, really? Yeah, okay. I saw it for a moment, I was like, what? I was almost, like, out of confidence that I had actually done this well, but... Oh, we got a new follower! Hey, KZLC, thank you for the follow. Welcome, make yourself comfy on the couch. We're just building some Gunpla. I had to put a Kitbash on pause for tonight because I have to plan it out a little better, but now we're building armored cores. So here we be. Thank you so much for the follow. And snip. And snip. There we go. Yeah, I at some point hope that they release more of the Schneider parts, because Schneider is actually my favorite manufacturer in Armored Core 6. AC kit, which one? Steel Haze? Nope, this is the Melander. And I'm building it mostly as a break from the Kitbash that we were doing. I did at one point have Steel Haze, but it broke, so I just started Kitbashing it and like cannibalizing other AC parts. This is just the stock Melander. Yeah. I had No, not Nightfall. No, I did have Nightfall. No, I didn't have Nightfall. I'm getting my ACs mixed up now. No, I had the, is it the legs that got broke? No, actually. Actually, let me just pull it around real quick. I might as well just show my custom AC. No. I may as well just show what's going on. So, originally what broke is the pelvis area on my steel haze. And, I just decided at one point, screw it, I'm gonna make my own AC. And this is what we ended up with. I mashed it together with the I mashed it together with the frigging the orbiter. And so now I have this abomination AC that has a lot of guns on it. if I put it all together, it has 2 rifles. It does look nicer than the original Steel Haze. Aw, thanks. But yeah, I gave it hip. I put the songbirds. I'm gonna take the arm off real quick so you can see it, but I put the songbirds on where those jump jet looking things were. And I think the missile pods fell off, but what I did was I hip replacement surgery indeed. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to fix the missile pods, but yeah, I basically put 2 of the missile pods here, and then I had the Taiyang Shou. And there's a fun modification I made to this thing. And let me actually remove the back units. Even model kits need hip replacement surgery nowadays. I know, right? But one of my favorite modifications that I did to this AC, actually... Yeah, come on. I'll fix it later. But I actually made it so that the AC can equip armaments to its left arm and right arm. So it has the mounting bracket from the orbiter. So that means I can actually equip 2 Taiyang Shou to this thing. Because one of them goes on the wrist normally on Steel Haze, like that, but then it also attaches to the bracket on the other side. So this thing I designed to have a lot of guns. I stabilized it a little more by weighing the legs down. And I also added some gubbins to it to make it look good. So that's my custom AC. And tonight, we're ending off by building just the stock Melander. I am very tempted to poach parts off of the Melander. For you, it's another day of broken kit. Goof Proto just fell from your build table, and the fall broke the elbow joint on the left hand. No! Oh no, that sucks. I'm sorry, bro. I hate it when that happens. Let's see. But yeah, I really want them to release the, shoot, what is it called again? The Schneider parts. There we go. I really want them to release not just Steel Haze, but I also want them to release the Casuar parts and the Lammergeier parts, because... Oh no, I'm spazzing out again. It's okay, that kit is not even Bandai, it's just a $4 USD kit. Okay. Well, alright. Wheel. But, yeah. I'm just doing a little bit of building tonight. I started a little earlier so I could get in a lot of building. And to be fair, we got a lot done, but the Kitbash that I have to pause on for right now is I built this real color core Gundam tonight, and I'm trying to turn the Gundam Amazing Exia into Planet's armor for it. Unfortunately, now you have proto goof parts for your any kit bashing project in the future. Hell yeah, bro. Wait. Hell yeah. But yeah, Gundam Amazing Exia and Core Gundam have been my two favorite Gundams. And I wanted to put them together, but then I realized making Planet's armor for this guy using the Amazing Exia is going to be more complicated than I thought. So we've paused that build for tonight, and now we're just building a straight assembly Melander to kind of unwind. And also so I can connive and scheme on how I'm going to do that. How I'm going to finish the Kitbash. Because right now I'm kind of stuck. I'm kind of stuck and it sucks. Yeah. But since you're joining us now, I do a lot of kit bashing, and I love just building Gunpla in general. So I'm going to be doing this every Thursday. Whether it's repairing one of my old builds, or finishing off a build that I started, or touching up and editing a build that I did in the past, just whatever. Gunpla is now going to be part of my main thing that I do every Thursday. So, thank you for the follow. Thursdays are Gundam. Thursdays are plastic model kit day. All the other days I mostly either game or do like weird readings. Almost knocked it over. Dismiss. Seen some YouTube short about planet part for that tiny Gundam. Forgot the name of it. It's Core Gundam. So far you've seen Rising Freedom Planet System and 2 other kit. Yeah. The Core Gundam has a lot going on. And it's been one of my favorites for a long time, so I just wanted to make it. I was showing off some of my other builds earlier. Let's see. For the left arm, I need 17 and 19. Okay. So far, you only managed to do 2 kit bash. Fair enough. What are your 2 kit bashes, if you don't mind me asking? And then I'll probably tell my... I'll probably tell Hana's story again, just to share it, because that one's my favorite kit bash of all time. Let's see. I'll wait until you've told me your story first, though. Aerial Rebuild 3 and Zaku 1 Heavy Weapon System version 2. Ooh, okay. I respect it. Those sound incredibly badass. Alright, and I just now realized I attached this to the wrong arm, so... shoot. Also, let me just keep bumping the mic. God dang it. But yeah. My all-time favorite kit bash that I've ever done actually came about because I wanted to build a 30-minute sister kit. Because I was because when they came out, I was like, you know what? My desk is conspicuously absent of waifus, so I might as well build one myself. The Ariel is just an Ariel rebuild, and Calibar and Zaku 1 is a mixture of Zaku 1 and 2 with Camphor weapon plus Goof Gatling gun shield. That's cool. Hell yeah, brother. That sounds dope. But yeah, my favorite Kitbash of all time has kind of a sad story to it, but basically, when 30 Minute Sisters came out, I wanted to try building one because I also realized that my desk lacked any sign of like waifu presence. So I was like, you know what? I'll just build my own. But unfortunately for me, my hobby shop was always sold out and I couldn't find any on Amazon. So I told my buddy who worked the counter there at the time to hold on to one for me if he ever found one. And one day when I was buying something completely unrelated, he ended up telling me, hey bro, we have this one that this mom and her daughter returned. It's really messed up though, and we were just going to throw it in the trash. Do you want it? And I was like, yeah dude, let's go. Oh, ad break. One moment. I'll finish telling the story when we're back from ads. Okay, until then though, C110. Alright. Ad ends in 24 seconds. See, 10 and 12. And then I need 1 and 2. Okay, welcome back from ad jail. I'll continue the story now. So yeah, my bro who was working the counter at the time was like, you know what? This one here is all messed up. A mom and her daughter returned it. Do you want it? Otherwise it's going in the trash. And I was like, you know what? Sure, can't be too bad. Most of the parts were assembled backwards. A lot of it had teeth marks on it. Like, the girl had tried to, like, bite into it and, like, remove the parts that way. Which, I mean, I do too, but the problem is that she really messed the kid up something fierce, and I thought for a moment that I wasn't going to be able to fix it. And so what ended up happening was I looked over at my Gundam Flauros that was in my backlog, and I decided, you know what? I think I can do something here. So, let me grab her again real quick. This is Hana. This is the 30 Minute Sister that was really, really messed up, and I kitbashed her using my Gundam Flauros from my backlog. She hangs out on my desk, and I don't know, something about her is just really, really fun, and I like having her around. So I basically turned a 30 Minute Sister who was on the brink of getting thrown in the trash into an Iron-Blooded Orphans style Gundam girl. So this has been my favorite Kitbash. But Toothmark and Bite into it to disassemble it. Oh my god, dude, you have no idea. Like, when I first opened up her box, there were pieces missing, there was teeth marks all over it. It was a mess. I was like, oh god, how am I gonna do this? But then, I brought her home. I used my Gundam Flauros backlog in my backlog, and I managed to salvage her and actually turn her into a Gundam girl. So yeah, that's Hana, my desk Gundam girl. She has a railgun that sometimes I stick in her hands, but it kept falling apart, so I just stopped trying to use the railgun. And it ended up being just fine in the end, but let's see, 8 and 6. Yeah. Like, I should have taken a picture of what it looked like when I first brought Hana home. Because, dear God, I have never seen a model kit in worse shape. Like, holy crap. I don't know what this child did. I do not know what happened, but she was screwed. If I haven't built the Choo Choo model kit, I think I need to get it in the future. It comes with a spanner. Alright. Fair enough. That might be something I consider in the future. Because I don't think this is the only waifu I'm going to build and stick on my desk. But for now, she's the only waifu I have on my desk right now. I also noticed nowadays in my hobby shop that there's a lot of Uma Musume kits in there, and I thought it was weird, and I'm like, Ayo, there's horsewomen in this shop now? What the hell is going on here? Why are there horsewomen that you can build? I figured with all the Uma Musume craze going around, I thought about picking one up just to be like, so, I got into Uma Musume too. I'm not gonna do that though, because I don't like trend chasing. I just like doing my own thing, but I thought about it for a moment to do it as a joke, but then I decided against it. Okay. The only waifu on your desk is the Miku Zagok, and you got it from your sister who lives in Japan right now? Oh my god. How the heck? Okay, I'm jealous now. One, I didn't know that there was a Miku Zagok that existed, and two, does it have pigtails? Or is it just the color scheme? Because if it doesn't have pigtails, then my day's ruined. And my disappointment is immeasurable. Alright, let's see. Get that out of there. And then the top bit... Oh, I see now how it goes. Miku's inside the Zagok, peeking out from the Zagok chest. Okay, okay. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. I'm no longer disappointed. Just peeking out from the Zagok chest. I am no longer disappointed. Because if it was just going to be like the color palette, I was going to be like, God dang it. Alright, let's see. We got that going right there. Let's see. I thought about getting the Luna Maria figurized standard to build, because I don't really like Gundam Seed, but Luna Maria is a cutie. And I thought it would be cool to have her on my desk too. But I never got around to picking up that model kit. Because, yeah. I just never did. I should. But I also don't like Gundam Seed very much, so Wait till you see the Zaku Miku. She's holding a green onion or leek peeking out from the Zaku head. You should look it up on Google. Lamau. Actually, I did see that, and I want one, but I don't know how to get one because they keep selling out. I would love to have one, though. I just can't get one. Because unfortunately, I'm a Yankee who has no good connections to Japan, so... Let's see, A4... Alright, it's A4 for one side and A5 for the other. Good lord, I'm getting sleepy. But yes, I did see the Miku... I did see the Miku Gundam collab. It's silly, and I love it. And I love silly things from time to time. I think your sister got it from whether the Ichiban Kuji lottery or the Gundam base. I'm still jealous. God dang it. Let's see. Is this the one that goes to the correct side, or is this the wrong one? That's the wrong one. Fantastic. So that means it goes to this one. I'm still jelly. There we go. Ooh, yeah, I'm very tempted to just leave this alone, because poaching parts from this for my AC seems like a bad idea. You never asked her how she got the Miku either? Fair enough. Let's see, E119. And E219. Nope, that's not a done one yet. Alright, there it is, E119. Yeah, I really want to get a Mikuzaku because I think it would be cool, but I don't know how to get a hold of one. That'd be super silly, though, to have, and I'd be all for it. Is it the booster facing up or down? Oh, like that. Okay. Neat. Fantastic. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to have the Mikuzaku on my desk. It's just that I need to actually figure out how to get one. And one way or the other, I would like to get one. I don't know how I'm gonna, but we'll figure it out in time. Let's see. This is E1. Or no, that's E2. E1 is right here. Did you know that there's a company in China making a Mechagodzilla kit, but they kind of mix it with Gundam? What? I mean, I was already shown a lot of weird Chinese kits today that looked really, really, really gangsta. So I'm not shocked that that exists, but I'm also a bit sad that I'll never be able to actually own one. I need to turn my music down on my end a little bit. I was using lo-fi earlier, but now I'm... Oh, wait a minute. I need C1 4. Oh, I need the C parts now. Okay. This is what happens when I don't pay attention. God dang it. Okay. Snip, snip. And... there we go. Okay, it doesn't go to that one. So that means it goes to this one. Yep, there it goes. Okay, C2 is done. And then C1 will be done. One way or the other, I would like to procure myself a Mikuzaku. It's called Black Trojan Horse, 1/100 God G RX. Oh, God. That sounds absurd, and I love it. Yeah. Let's see. I need a... They haven't announced the release date yet? Oh, God. When they do, though, I'm willing to bet you that thing's going to fly off the shelves. Mark my words. It's going to be crazy. Alright. And... is it this one? Nice. Okay, yeah. We're going to have the Melander done in pretty good time tonight, probably. Holy crap. This is going to be cool. Yeah, I'm hoping in future Bandai actually releases more of the Schneider parts. One thing you're excited about is the bootleg HG Meteor unit. Ooh, okay. That seems like it's going to be interesting. Because the Meteor unit already is a really cool mobile armor that you can attach to a Gundam, but... so far... there's not really anything that really sticks out to me in any, like, really crazy way. F1s. These are E's. F. G. F1. There we go. So I need 9, 8, and 11. Also, after this, I'm going to have to go get some dinner because I'm kind of hungry. But... oh my god, Sleeps is raiding with 3 people. Hello, welcome in. I think your weird son is working on some mobile suits and an armored core. How y'all doing? Welcome in. Make yourself comfy on the couch. How's y'all doing? Oh, yeah. This was a very nice stream, actually, tonight, bro. You were excited. You never get to raid me? Oh, my God. Yeah, right now I'm kind of doing a wind down from what I was doing, because... originally, we were working on a Kitbash, but I need to plan it out a little better. You streamed for like 7 hours, 30 minutes. Oh my god. One day I'd like to be able to do that. but so far I can only do like 2 to 4 hour streams, I guess, until I can situate a little better. But yeah, we were working on a Kitbash, and we built this boy tonight. This is a core Gundam that I modified a little bit because I wanted the V-fin to be a little bit shorter. Have I seen... Oh, yeah. I have seen that. Red Nightingale showed me that earlier. It's crazy looking. But, yeah, Sleeps. We were, building a Kitbash. I have to plan it out a little better. So, we have to put that on pause for tonight. But what I am doing now is I'm building an armored core to sort of wind down the evening. And then once we finish the Melander, I'm going to bed. Well, no, I'm going to go get food first because I'm kind of hungry, but there's also a company making a high-grade camphor with electroplating black and red. Oh my god, stop. Because I love the camphor, man. I wish you still had your Kitbash laying around. You have a Kitbash with a Stray, Blue Frame, Astaroth, Tallgeese 3, and Double O Quanta. Ooh. Dang, bro. Yeah, I showed off some of the builds that I did in the past today. We fixed my I showed my fixed battle mech build. Once I get to a good stopping point, I can show some of them again because I'm proud of them. But I made a courier, and that's supposed to look more like a battle mech, like from BattleTech. I'm very proud of this build. We fixed him up from when I did my proof of concept stream. It's the same company making the red Vargwill. Alright. The Mega Quanta blades are the Mega Cannon. Backpack is a mixture of Double O drive with the Astaroth thrusters and stuff. Ooh, that sounds cool. Hey, thanks, bro. I also showed off my Rubris Core Gundam. So it's a Witch from Mercury style Core Gundam. He's primed, but I never painted him. I also never primed the gun to bits, but the modifications required to make this thing were ridiculous. But basically I took aerial parts and I slapped them on Core Gundam. This guy has been in the making for like maybe 2 years because I keep off and on working on him. And I also wanted to put like shell units on him. So we're going to put him away for right now. Oh no, he can't fit in this container. Yes, he can. And I showed Hana my Gundam girl. Originally, I bought... And I already told the sob story behind her like twice this stream, but Sleeps for you, I'll tell it again. Basically, what happened is that I wanted to buy 30-minute Sisters kits when they first came out, and my bro at the hobby shop kept telling me they sell out all the time. And then when a mom and her daughter returned one, it was in really rough shape. There were teeth marks on it, parts were missing, some parts were assembled backwards. It was a mess, and they told me that they were just going to throw her in the trash. So I brought her home, realized, oh dear God, I don't know if I can salvage this kit. But I found a Gundam Flauros in my backlog, and I decided, you know what? I can fix her. And so I did. And so now she permanently hangs out on my desk as a Gundam girl. Because I fixed her up when the people at the hobby shop were going to throw her in the trash. And now she hangs out on my desk. I love telling that story because it's my favorite Kitbash of all time. Let's see, G9. Let's see, what else? I could show my... I'm going to show my custom armored core again before I close stream because I think it's funny looking and kind of cool at the same time. Like, I'm almost ashamedly proud of my custom AC. But let me get to a good stopping point, and then I'll pull him back up real quick. Alright. Actually, now is probably a good time. Let me pull the custom armored core over, but basically my orbiter and my steel haze broke. So I took the parts that were the least screwed up, and I built a custom monstrosity from the ashes of both. So this is my custom AC. I don't know what to call him. But basically the idea is it's steel haze mashed together with an orbiter. And I had to cannibalize a lot of the parts because, well, to be perfectly honest, a lot of them broke. Let's see. And then there's a 1/120th scale Quibbly with redesign. Browsing someone posted on YouTube, and you stumbled upon pictures of the Quibbly. Dang, okay. That's pretty sick, actually. But yeah. So I decided if I was gonna... But yeah, sleeps. I decided to mash my orbiter with my steel haze, since both of them broke. And now they are one machine, and now I can attach things to both arms, courtesy of the orbiter's mounting bracket. And I also added this little detail here because I thought it was cool. But we're just doing a straight assembly of the Melander tonight. I might cannibalize parts from this, I might not. We'll see. I'm very tempted to continue customizing my ice. I almost turned Scottish there for a second. You feel that? You had your shield lagger break and slap parts on an Epion model back? That sounds so sick. I'm not gonna lie, bro, that sounds incredible. That sounds super dope. And now I'm jealous. I really want to make a Zoid. I really want to build a Zoids kit. I just can't find them anywhere here where I live. And I try to avoid ordering things from online if I can. It's kind of a weird reservation I have, but if I don't have any other choice, I will, but 9 out of 10 times I don't really want to... I don't really want to order stuff online. It wasn't as cool as it sounds. It felt more like a brawler than a dragon. I like brawlers. So to me, that sounds absolutely... That sounds like it kicks ass. Actually, speaking of brawlers, I also showed my custom Gundam frame. I call it the Zepar Brawler. This thing I designed specifically to be kind of like a mixed martial arts mobile suit. And I like to think that the bottoms of the feet have flak cannons, that there's flak cannons in the knees, flak cannons where the fists shield things are, and it can also do Muay Thai. So it can also use the tonfa on the backs of the arms in case it needs to strike something really hard. You found a MGSD of a Strike Rouge in the front manual, just a pink smiling kawaii pig. That's pretty dope. But yeah, this is my custom Gundam frame. I wanted it to be kind of like a boxing / mixed martial arts machine. And I'm very proud of it. Alright, let's see now. We have the waist. I'm very tempted to poach parts from this, especially the head. But I think I'll try and refrain from doing so because I'm gonna be real, the Melander just by itself looks really dope. There's a Bandai MGSD Strike Rouge. I'm guessing it's a bootleg, but not bootleg. In my experience, if it looks like a bootleg, it sounds like a bootleg, it's probably a bootleg. I don't really know what that voice was supposed to be. I don't think there's a... Fair enough. That's fair, that's fair. But yeah. Sleeps, if you're still around, how was your day today, bro? How's life treating you? What's life like in the world of Sleeps? You do anything good today? Are you winning, son? You have some old pre-cleanup and pre-paint pictures of the Kitbash so you can show the basic shape of the thing. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Let me get to a good stopping point and I'll check it out. I know it's a bootleg, but from which kit? That is a good question. I do not know. There's going to be an ad break soon, so that's probably a good time for me to... Oh no, there's an ad break happening right now. I'm dumb. Right, let's see, the feats. It's probably a modified MGSD frame from the Freedom Gundam. Gotcha. Un momento. I'm gonna take a look at some of these things that Sleep sent. One, two, three, four. Oh! Alright, that actually looks really freaking cool. Life was fine today, you had your super long stream, went so long to help a friend with an emotional Aw. Well... Tell your friend that your weird son sends good vibes. I'm sorry to hear that. Emotional trauma is really difficult to go through, and no one should have to go through that. Blank, it's the Gundam Godzilla. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, bro. Let him know that your weird son sends good vibes. This Kitbash is really freaking cool, though, man. That's all I'm going to say about that, is that this is super sick looking. I really like the backpack. Right? That's Sleep's build right there. It looks really sick. I love it. I love it. Bro's machine looks amazing. And I just now realized I made a mistake. I need F13 in there. Oh god. Okay. Open robot surgery. Ugh. It really does look awesome, though. Let's see. Oh, there we go. F13. You kept the color scheme when you finally painted it, just matched blues better, added green to the GN condensers and to the Mega Cannon so it was all tied together. Very, very cool, my guy. I love it when builds come together like that, and it sounds like that one really showed up really cool. Let's see. Got that. There, get off. There we go. I was having a very mild disagreement with that piece. Let's see. Where does this go? Oh, it goes backwards. Okay. And you did a recast of the V-fin, so you can add a layer of translucent green and round it, similar to the red Dragoonist. Ooh. Now that sounds like some swagger right there, my guy. Oh, yeah. We'd love to see it. It took a long time to do that. You know, man, I feel that. That's kind of like what I did. That's kind of like when I did my Gray's Assault Shroud build. I was like really trying to make sure that everything stuck together in just the right way. It's in storage. I'll try to remember to get pictures when I get it back out eventually. Please do. I want to see it. That sounds really, really cool, man. Let's see. 18 and 16. Yeah, please do. I really want to see it. Show it to me. But yeah, I feel that. Especially when I was trying to... Actually, I could probably show it now. But my painting... I should warn you, this is kind of a dumb-looking paint scheme that I did. But I wanted to try out Gundam markers one day. And the experiment ended up poorly. Because it looks derpy as crap. I made a Blue Destiny Core Gundam. And I wanted to try and paint it in Blue Destiny colors, but... I think it looks really dorky. I'm not all that pleased with it, but it was good practice, and eventually what I ended up having to do was I actually opened the markers up just so I could use them like regular paint with my brushes. And, this is what I ended up with. I need to touch him up again. I should have base coated him. I just wanted to see what Gundam markers would do if I just used them raw on a model kit, and, this is what we ended up with. Blue Destiny Core Gundam turned out to be... Yeah, for sure, he was going to say the paints in them are high quality, but the pens can be ungainly. The panel liner is super precise. Is the panel liner good? I haven't actually tried it. I may have to pick it up if it is good. But yeah, no, I had to crack open the markers and actually use them like regular paint. To sort of make a passable paint design. Every time you saw the Core Gundam, Hatena immediately started playing in my head. You know, I don't blame you. I really liked Build Divers Re-Rise. I didn't like the original Build Divers, but I loved Build Divers Re-Rise. That anime came into my life at a time when I really needed it, because unfortunately, very much like the main character, I too was suffering with a lot of loss, and just seeing this character go through loss in kind of a healthy way inspired me to go back to therapy and actually sort my crap out. So I love Build Divers Re-Rise, not just because it's a Gundam show and because it's a build series, because those tick 2 boxes already for me, but because it actually helped me with my mental health. Even if it was about space furries. Jesus. Like, the premise of the show is dumb. The basic Build Divers gave me the Astray No Name. Re-Rise was good too, for sure. At least through the plot of Re-Rise, Reiji can now connect to Metaverse. Yeah, he can. I will say though that with Re-Rise, Jesus, what was I gonna say? The main character, like I was saying, is a character that I connected with because I was very, very much like him. Edgy, really trying to, like, deal with loss. So that show helped me a lot. Even if it was about space furries. See, F17 and F14. Yeah, no. It's a show that I have a lot of, like, nostalgia for in a weird way. Oh god, where is F... Wait, is it E or F? I'm confusing myself now. It's probably a sign I need to go to bed, but... we persist. There it is, 7 and 4. Yeah, no, I can't get that out of there. In a weird way, I kind of wish that they would have kept back on to do the music, but that's just me being an old Gunpla build fan, like a build series fan. And it's also me kind of sad that I'll never get to see, like, a build fighter series where they actually follow through with Sei to see how he does as an adult. Let's see if he still does Gunpla. But that's just me. I did like Build Divers or Build Fighters Try, though. I know a lot of people didn't, but I thought it was a cool series. Who could forget the scene where they were trying to hold... where May trying to hold Taxi on the side. Yeah, that was a very funny scene. Taxi! That was really funny. Also, I'm really sad that I can't find the Alice Core Gundam, because that was a cool Core Gundam. I don't know why, but I really like villain grunt suits, and that thing was incredibly cool looking. I mean, call a taxi, dang, my English is kind of sucks today. It's okay, man. Is English your first language, or is it a second language? No judgment here, bro. Let's see. You love how, at this point, Mobile Suit Gundam, Mobile Gundam Build Fighter, Gundam Build Divers, and Gundam Breakers are technically all connected by canon at this point. Who could forget the long-ass limousine? Yeah. I do like how all of the Gundam builds are connected. And this is probably going to date how old and how long I've been watching the build series, but I also really, really wanted to like Gundam build Beginning G or whatever it's called. It's the one that had the Beginning 30 Gundam in it. I liked the idea of the Beginning 30, but I have to admit that the series itself was boring. Yeah, that's the Mobile Suit Gundam series you were talking about. Yeah. The Beginning G. Or whatever it's called. One of my dream Kitbashes that I might do, not mobile model, for sure. Hey, Hoylepa, what's up, dude? Welcome in. We're building an armored core right now, and we're having some wonderful talk of Gunpla show. Let's see. How about that? I actually went from playing video games about Gunpla to building Gunpla in real life. Although, to be fair, I've always built Gunpla. You mean Gunpla Builders Beginning G? Yep. I liked the beginning 30, but the show itself was kind of dull. Which is a shame, because I thought it was cool. Let's see. E, F... Do they have... Oh, there it is. I was getting concerned for a moment. Mobile Suit Gunpla Builders Beginning G. Yeah, I guess it's Mobile Suit Gunpla, not Mobile Suit Gundam, my bad. The G-string, also known as Stickman Gundam. Oh no. Not Stickman Gundam. Anything but that. Oh no. Let's see. English is your third language. Your first local language. First is your local language. Second is JP. Had to resend because you missed it. Fair enough. But I always swear it wasn't called Gunpla back when it came out. That's because it wasn't. Like, originally when it came out, it was Mobile Suit Gundam. Beginning G. But it was like Build something Beginning G. Anyways, I'm going to grab some food, so have a lovely stream. Have a lovely stream, my beautiful weird son. Thank you, Sleep, so much for the raid. Thank you for stopping in. If you guys don't know Sleeps, please check this man out. He's a gorgeous man creature. Hang on. Out. Oh, wait. I want to type it correctly. Oh, literally, it's just one. Okay. But yeah, if you guys have not followed Mr. It Sleeps in the Day, this is a beautiful man creature that you must follow. Dude is incredible. One of my inspirations to keep trying to do the thing online. And one of the coolest dudes I know. And y'all should give him a follow, because he's awesome. Mans kicks a lot of ass. Man creature? Yes. Sometimes I like to say weird things just because it sounds funny. But yes, man creature. I too am a man creature. Oh shoot. How does this one go? Oh, it needs to go forward, okay. Oh, okay, that's how it works. That's how I could tell I'm getting tired. Is when I try to equip a part upside down. And incorrectly. Alright. Sometimes. Yep, sometimes. Wait. Yes. Jesus Christ, I'm getting tired. It's like you wanted to say two words but accidentally mixed the word when you were trying to say it. I just think that calling someone a man creature is funny. But yes, go follow Sleeps. He's an amazing person and one of the coolest dudes I know. Okay, English as a third language. Good lord, sir, you are incredible. Because presently, as a Yank, I only know one language. If I see him, I'll give him a try, but I don't know how the time zone will fit. Gotcha. Yeah, no. I'm just an American, I know one language. And I don't even use that language well. I did do some Japanese in university. But I'm very out of practice. And I remember most of my classmates making fun of me because they said that I sounded like a hillbilly. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Like that. Wait, is that right? I'm just going to trust the process. So that mean I live on the other side of the world. Yeah, I'm an American, so... And I don't even use my own language well. I live in the mountains. Let me guess, it's like 3 a.m. over there? Actually, I live in the mountains, so it's only it's like 1:05 in the morning. Once I'm done building the Melander's frame, though, that's what I'm going to call it, because I have to get up for work pretty early tomorrow. My normal schedule is like 4 a.m. to midnight, but sometimes I just don't sleep. Probably both of you over here, it's already Friday evening. Oh my god. Where do you live, Sonny? Let's see if it's Friday evening. Huh. Where do you live, son? See, okay. That works. It's 9 a.m. for Hoilepa. Okay. But I know where he lives. Let's see. Oh, boy. Now I need to do F117 and F15. Okay. F117 and F15. Southeast Asia. Ooh, dang. All right. I respect it. I respect it. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, I only know, like, 2-ish languages, I guess. At one point, I could speak a little bit of Spanish, but it was more like bastardized English Spanish that we call Spanglish over here. And that was mostly because I grew up, like, more Mexican, but I no longer have the capacity to speak Spanish. I can understand Spanish, but I cannot speak it. I wish I could. Because then I could be like, yeah, I know 3 languages. I don't know 3 languages. Let's see. Oh my god, please, get in there. There it goes. I was getting worried for a sec that it wouldn't go in there. Yeah. I am a mountain hillbilly robot, so my ability to speak languages at times is very, very limited. And I wish it wasn't. Alright, let's see. I'm not really sure why this song in the playlist is silenced, but I'm gonna have to skip it. 'Cause otherwise it's just not gonna... There we go. For some reason it blocks out one of the songs in my list. I wish it wouldn't. Let's see. Dismiss. You know Japanese due to your mom is half Japanese. English is because it's a mandatory subject in school, and your local language is local language, if you know what I mean. That's fair. Gotcha. That's alright, though. Why do I feel like I'm missing a step? So I need 31 and 30. I notice I am too much on Twitch. It's alright. I kind of feel the same way sometimes, where I'm just like, But I have begun to think in English. You know what's funny is that when I was talking to one of my old exchange student friends back in the day, when I was learning Japanese, I started actually, like, fully translating my thoughts into Japanese just so I could speak it more fluently. And I noticed that, to some degree, I was able to actually speak with an accent. Granted, my friends made fun of that accent because they're like, dang dude, you sound like a hillbilly, but... Or they told me that, like, my dialect that I was speaking in sounded very much like a, something that you would hear in, like, really, really southern Japan or, like, Okinawa. And I'm like... Great, I'm glad I sound like a farmer. Got this leg done. Alright. There we go. Melander leg complete. Now we just gotta do it again. Then I think I will be done for the evening. Yeah. I liked speaking in Japanese. I'm just very out of practice now. I probably wouldn't make a single ounce of sense if I tried now. I'm kind of gun-shy about it too, because not using the language for a long time just makes me feel stupid. But eventually I think I'll get over it. And maybe I will speak from time to time. But this is not that time. Because I'd rather not embarrass myself. One day I might. But not today. Alright. And actually, now that we're talking about languages, there's one language that I've always wanted to learn. And it's really for no other reason than I just think it sounds very interesting. I want to learn how to speak Welsh. Like, it is a complete nonsense language that sounds like someone smacked their butt cheeks over a keyboard to create half of the words. But I want to learn how to speak Welsh just because I want to confuse the crap out of people. I'm going to be so real with y'all. Like, that's why I want to learn how to speak Welsh. So that when people listen to me talk, they're just like, what the heck is he saying? And then when I try to write things out in Welsh, I would like to see people be like, you just made that up, didn't you? Because the crazy thing is that Welsh doesn't even look like a real language to me. Let's see. I also remember back in the day, I used to be able to speak Klingon, like from Star Trek. That was like my most noteworthy achievement. You remember that there's a Welsh town with the longest name? Me too. I'm not gonna at all try and pronounce it right now because I can't. But I know which town you're talking about. It is stupidly long. I also know that there's a town... I almost turned Scottish again, god dang it. I also know there's a town, or like a province or prefecture, I don't know how it's spoken of in Thailand, but with gog sounding. I know that there's a town or like a prefecture or something. Oh, ad break. Every time I want to tell a story, god dang it. Advertisement. Alright. Gonna wait for the ad to finish, but cool. We got the other Melander leg done. We are almost there. Cool. Alright, I'm really happy with this. Alright, ad break is finishing. Welcome back from ad jail. I remember watching on Trash Taste, Garnt talking about there being a town in Thailand that actually has a longer name than the Welsh town, and I'm like, how is that even possible? Turns out it's very possible, but I honestly am like very impressed that such a thing even can exist. Like on a conceptual level, I think it's really crazy because I'm like, how the heck can there be a town with a longer name? And then apparently there is, so... Alright, let's see. What's that supposed to go to? What the heck? I really feel like I missed a step here somewhere, because there's a lot of extra parts. Trash Taste, why am I not surprised that you go to such a site? But... yeah, let's see. Meanwhile, on the city where I live, there's a hill named Canada Hill. That's the old name of Bangkok, if I'm not mistaken. Trash Taste, why am I not surprised that you go to such a site? That's the site even exists. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't actually been keeping up with Trash Taste lately. And... you know, I'm not gonna get into why. I'm not really gonna get into why, but... needless to say, there was a thing they did that I disagree with. And it kind of made me sad, so I was like, I can't follow them anymore. Which is disappointing because legitimately, I really did used to like watching the podcast. Now I kind of don't. I still wish them well, and I still wish that they do well. I just don't feel good about supporting them anymore. That's just a me thing, though, so take that with a grain of salt. In Germany, we only need 30 minutes by car to drive from New York to Moscow. It's both villages in Germany. What? That's crazy. What the heck? Okay, I'm very curious. What the heck are these parts for? I really feel like I missed something. There's like a whole set of parts here that's just hanging out, and I don't know what they're for. And it's kind of infuriating me. I'm like, come on. I'm gonna go over the instructions later and figure it out, but until I do, I'm gonna be bothered by it. Si kung tep mahona mon rataksin madiak hop. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to read that. I don't think I can or have the capacity to read it. That's wild, my guy. Let's see. Oh, really? Okay, that's... So I guess I just have extra parts now? Aight. Aight, sure. Well, I guess I didn't miss anything, but... it's kind of weird. You'd think that I'd actually know what's going on here, but... the real challenge is read it in one breath. That's for someone way stronger than me to try and accomplish. But our Melander, I can say for certain, is complete. And I really like this kit. He looks really good, actually. Holy shit. I'm a fan. I may not poach parts from this guy, actually, after all, because I like this too much. But I do need to sign off now, because I'm quite sleepy. I need to get food. Right? It looks really good. Like, holy cow. I'm very sure it's not a Gundam. This is very, like, real robot to be a Gundam. I suddenly remember that one of the 2 episodes of Want to Be a Millionaire, the choice for the answer is wild. Right? But, yeah. This turned out so good. I'm, like, genuinely impressed right now. And I am not going to poach parts from this, because this is actually too cool for me to do that, too. But I will actually end here, because I need to go to bed to go to work tomorrow. And I should probably also get food, so... we are now... oh, hello. I'm gonna allow that. Bangog, Bangabus, Bangsi, didn't I forget for the D? Thanks for showing up, Hoilepa, as always. You're an amazing, awesome dude. But, yeah. Gonna have to call it here now. unfortunately, because I gotta go to bed. But Thursdays are going to be my Gunpla day from now on, and I'm going to try and start them as early as I can, but latest possible is going to be like around 11:30 my time, but you know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes down. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. If you like what I do, check out my YouTube channels. I also have a Twitter, X, whatever the frick it's called this week. And, you know, my name is Bite the Robot. Thank you all so much for joining in. And I'll catch you all in the next one. And thanks for KZLC for following. Thank you for joining the army of beautiful people who are hanging out on my couch. And Gunpla streams will be every Thursday, and for the rest of the week, I kind of do like freestyle, whatever I want. I could play video games or do Gunpla or do whatever else. Just kind of wherever my mood is at the moment. But yeah, I'll catch you all in the next one. Peace out, everybody. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do, and don't let the plastic nibs bite.